Okay, let's do this thing again. We have one person in here already. Welcome and hello. This is the second stream we've done today. You can already see I'm getting ready my ZipFizz. I'm anticipating doing it tonight. We have 2 viewers in here right now. Welcome both. The stream did all right earlier today. I was actually only planning on streaming for about an hour and a half. Just long enough to cover the PPE stuff and then to, oh man, really? My nose is already, what is my, nose always itch. Earlier today, it wasn't my nose that was itching, it was my right eye, this eye right there that was starting to bother me. I have no idea why, but it just started to irritate me. And wouldn't you know it, right after I set up the camera, set up everything, my eye started bothering me. It's been fine all day, ever since I finished the stream. It must be something about this spot right here. Jeez, what is wrong with this? My nose is driving me crazy again. So we have Levi in here. We have James Brown in here. Welcome back from the dead, sir. But at least y'all were in here earlier, or at least some of you were. I am prepared. I have eye drops. Andres, how's it going? Did the package arrive today? I'm hoping it finally did. And one of the things that you're not supposed to use is the stuff that changes your eyes, from red to clear. But, I mean, I do anyway. No? I sent that priority mail. It should have been there on Saturday. I don't know what they're doing. So, did I miss my eye? I did because of the stupid cable right there. Sorry about this, guys. Hey, that burn must mean it's good. Either that or it means it's 3 years expired. 4 years expired. Expired in January 2016. That's okay. It's still good, I'm sure. And that burn can't be bad because a lot of the times disinfectants and stuff, they go down to saline solution, right? So what could this stuff actually break down to? If you experience eye pain, changes in vision, continued redness, I don't know. I don't know at all. But anyway, oh, geez. Andreas, I'm so sorry, man. I sent the thing priority mail. I fully would have expected it to be there by now. Have you done tracking at all? Because, I sent you the tracking number, and I might actually do that now because I'm curious as to what's going on now. So, actually, I'll do that later. It's not going to come in the middle of the night. So let me ask a question here. I asked this the other day, and I waited too long to actually get an answer. And I meant to ask this on the stream I did earlier today, but I forgot. Anybody who was in here earlier today knows that I did a live stream for 4+ hours earlier, and it was fun. I talked about. So I showcased a couple of products that I'm going to be introducing in a video in the nearish future, probably a couple weeks. I've actually gotten 0 questions for the next version of the podcast, so I guess it's not. It's only I'm only going to do a podcast when I get questions. I'm not going to just do it just to chat about stuff. But I've gotten 0 questions for it so far, and that's perfectly fine. Maybe it's because we've been doing live streams and answering them. I don't know. I'll just do regular videos in the meantime. But the reason I'm mentioning that is because earlier today, I was talking a lot about, PPE and what options people have. That's personal protective environment, or personal protective equipment, rather, for returning to set and what people may find themselves wanting to use if they go on, back to set or something. And I showed a few things, a few products that you can use. One of the things I showcased is a hat made by by K-Tech called the Stingray hat that you can put on. It covers your neck. It's a wide brim hat, and it covers things. It still allows you to use a mask. But what's cool is, aside from the fact it's a full brim, brim, and this live stream at the time of this video is still live. I'm going to go private on these both at the same exact time, so I'll at least be talking about it. So, But that hat allows you to use headphones. And one of the ones released by Bumblebee that has a built-in visor also does. So that's cool. And they have two other hats, one for if you use IEMs and another one if you just like a ball cap style with different kinds of functionality. And those are pretty cool. I showed four different kinds of masks, including talking about the one that's highly desirable and running very backed up, which is the one that is released by the guys over at VersaFlex, Larry in specific. He has been, since he's not been working during the whole shutdown, they decided to start making masks at home, and they've created a wonderful product that I absolutely love. But unfortunately, they're not taking a whole lot of orders at this time. But I do have a question that once we get a few more people in here, we only have 6 people here right now. I'm going to ask a question that I asked in a live stream last week, and just kind of got I'm going to see if there's any better response tonight, and if there is, cool. If not, then no. But in the meantime, I'll be taking your sound-related questions and just chit-chatting in general. We're down to 5 people. Oh, you're falling off already. Awesome. So, Levi, you just got the Bumblebee visor. You like it? Tell me about what you like. So, Eldest Bro is in here. Welcome. I'm curious as to hear what other people's ideas are about the Bumblebee hat. I just got through unpacking them earlier today, and looking at them, I assembled them on camera. Thought it was kind of fun, floundering my way through it. You can see how clueless I am about certain things in assembly, like, even as simple as a zipper. I had done 2 of the hats, and then on the third one, wouldn't you know it, I happened to goof up. So that is just like me to goof up something simple like that. But you know what? Einstein had a problem with brushing his hair. He didn't understand the concept. So can I just claim to be some sort of a brilliant person or something? Anyway, so yes, I'm on it. UPS is crazy in Puerto Rico. Hey, I'm still waiting for another package too from North Carolina. Well, sorry about that. Anyway, Levi, tell me what you think about that Bumblebee visor, because I am curious as to get your thoughts on it. I've seen some other people's thoughts about it online. And since it's not an actual review, I'm just going to be showcasing the products. I'm not going to be, it's not a review format. It's going to be just more of a, hey, this is something out there if you're interested. Check it out. I just got the, okay, what's up, my dude? How's it poppin'? Okay. Did you talk about J-Lo live earlier? J-Lo, no. Oh, Jennifer Lopez, no. Jennifer Love Hewitt, I did. So maybe that J-Lo he, J-Lo he I did, but not Jennifer. I talked about Jennifer Love Hewitt. And I've talked about her a few times because she told me that very interesting thing about paparazzi. And so I've talked about it a little bit on streams in the past. I'm not going to really go into it again unless you really want to hear it. But we have many of the same people that join me whenever I stream in the evenings here, and it's wonderful to see you guys here yet again. Tried to assemble, yes. I tried to assemble 2 pieces. You know that channel that does puzzles, Mr. Puzzle? He has one that he did for April Fools, which is a 2-piece puzzle, which was kind of funny, and he did it in his regular format of making it so simple. This is a puzzle. Let's look at the pieces and let's figure out how the mechanics of them and how they work, and let's see if we can put this together. Slides the 2 pieces together. We were successful. It's pretty funny. But I'm not going to quite be that way in this stream. Answering questions is what I can do. I can answer questions. I can talk sound. I can constantly work on this eye and try to get it to see straight. I don't know what's going on with this eye today. It's just driving me insane. Hoping to get one next week. Okay, Alejandro. Well, I'm hoping that it's really cool. I'm going to actually take it outside and play around with it when I get ready to do that video. Right now, I have another big video coming up. I wish I understood basic animation. I know there's some programs you can use to do some basic animation, but I don't know how to do those. So I don't think I will. A hat will do you no good in your current job. Why is that, Eldest? I thought aren't you a groundskeeper at a golf club? I have a sound question for you. Cool. I would love to hear it. So far, I love it. It's a wide brim one. Okay, very good. But it took all day to get it to fit my head. But you know what? Your head at this age is not likely to change. So once you get it fit for your head, it should hopefully be good. So maybe it gave you something to do on set. I'm hoping that you're working. I'm hoping that everyone is working except me. Actually, I wish I were working too. I'm going Very, very stir crazy here. But my next video is going to be a fun one. So let's see. So my head is going to stay this big? Yes, it's going to stay that big. Unless you develop a big ego, then it could get bigger. That's the way it goes, though, right? Yeah, the wide brim one, what is that one called? The wide visor? There's the little bucket hat looking thing. There's the wide, and then there's the regular one. Looking for work in Austin, too. Yeah. I tell you, dude, it's crazy how the industry is so slow to get going. And what's even crazier is that there are some shows that look at this and they say, well, like Warner Brothers, for example, they said none of their TV shows, like their DC Universe shows, The Flash, Black Lightning, Supergirl, Batwoman, what are the other ones? All their shows, basically, none of those are going to come back until at least August 31st. That's when they open production offices. Nothing until then. And the show I was supposed to be going to is indeed a DC Universe show. So I was gonna go back for season 4 of Black Lightning, and I still got it on the table. I'm waiting to see what happens when they open back their doors in about a month, which means they'll probably be opening up about 6 weeks after that. Might start shooting in mid-October, about the time the temperature starts dropping. Now, I'm all for having time off, but not 9 months of time off. I mean, I when I work on a show, I like working hard, and I would like to say playing hard, but let the truth be known, most people in the film industry, when they work hard and smart too, you enjoy taking your time off, but you don't enjoy taking up this amount of time off. It's just too much. So, oh man, oh no, I better not become a successful voice actor. Why is that? You would be able to, no wonder my dad's head is huge. Oh, okay. Some reality TV shows have started back up in Nashville. Yeah. Some shows have started up here too, and most of them are smaller shows or non-union shows that don't have a big, huge parent company following them, behind them. The way that the structure usually works on the bigger shows is something like, for example, Sony won't want to start a TV show. So what they'll do is they'll start another company. That company will be given money in order to do a TV show. But that way, if there's ever an issue and somebody sues that company, or there's an issue with that show's production, that way it doesn't, Sony will look at it as an investment, claim the loss, and that's it. When the show is actually done, they will sell it to Sony, who does the distribution. That's one of the common ways that it's done. But that means starting up a production company and doing all that kind of good stuff. But that prevents Sony from being directly liable. So if you start up a separate company to handle a movie or to do a movie for you or a TV show, and you give them a certain amount of money, they will put some of it in escrow for different things. They'll start up the books, they'll start up payroll, they'll start up all these different departments and start the actual show itself. And when it's done, they'll wrap it out and close the company. Or they might leave it open and it'll just sit dormant for a while until the next season. Some shows will come back under a slightly different name. Some shows will come back under the same name, but under new leadership or ownership or whatever in their books. Even though it's the same parent company, they might just reopen it and change a few things so that way they're not liable for past seasons. There's different ways of doing it, is my point, but those shows, it takes a while to get going sometimes. So I just use Sony as an example, but it could be anybody. There's different ways of starting up shows, but some of the smaller ones that might just be, oh, we want to do a reality TV, throw some money at it. Those will probably be getting going before, Halloween time. But then what's crazy is usually at the end of the year, shows start wrapping up. So it makes me wonder if they're going to be starting shows and then going over into the new year. Stranger Things was in the middle of shooting season 4 when they shut down. Walking Dead hadn't even started. The production office was open, as I understand it, or had just opened, and then they shut back down again because they usually started in early May. No, I was not going to be on either one of those shows. I just didn't happen to know some of the people that are on it. But Walking Dead usually finishes shooting the week before Thanksgiving. Does that mean that they're going to open their production office and go over the new year and through to next year and then throw off their schedule in the future? Or are they just going to say, okay, you know what, let's just bust on 2020 and say, let's start it and hit it hard next year. I don't know. Every single show has to figure out what they want to do and how they want to do it. And I do not know how any shows are planning on doing it right now. I do know that there was a lot of talks about COVID-19 and how to open up safely. And there's some procedures that I know that are going a little on the crazy side, in my opinion, like daily testing, for example. I know one show that is testing each crew member 8 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they're doing 2 different forms of tests. And then on Tuesday and Thursday, they're doing 1 test. The test that they're doing 5 days a week, it has a 90% accuracy rate. And the other one, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And then the one that they're doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday has a 95% accuracy rate, but it requires you sending it out to a lab, and you'll get results later that day or the next day or something like that. But the one that is about a 90% success has about a 90-minute time period for you to find out the results. So what I'm curious about is you see all these numbers about COVID-19 and how many tests that we're doing. What I want to know is how many of those are unique. How many of those are unique people? I just finally had my first test last week, and I got the results earlier, I just got the results. And I'm negative. But what makes me what makes me kind of curious about is that's the first time I've taken it. So if I've taken one test, and if I get on a show that decides to test me 8 times a week, is that going to be me taking in my first week? Is that going to be me suddenly magically having had 9 tests, and I'm going to be adding 9 tests to that number? And then the next week I'll be at 17, then the next week after, and then it's just going to grow like crazy. Because if so, what's keeping me from just ordering nonstop tests and racking that number up to drive down the death count? You know what I mean? There could be a lot of things that skew it. Like originally here in the United States, it was very difficult for us to get tested unless we went to a hospital. At least in many places it was. Like in my area, we couldn't get tested unless we went to a hospital. In order to get it tested at a hospital, you have to check into the hospital. If you check into a hospital and then and you admit yourself in order to get tested for it, let me ask you something. How many people do you think are going to do that unless they're pretty confident that they have it, or unless they know there's something wrong? And then what do you think the percentage of people that would test positive in a hospital would be if under those circumstances? So I think that the results were a little on the skewed side. This is just me talking personally, my thinking and about this. And I could be completely wrong on my mentality, but I think that that right now there's a lot of testing that's going on a lot of shows, and then I hear about other people that are just doing tests once a week or once a day, and then I hear about other shows that are testing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. My question is, what's going to be considered safe for the big companies when they reopen? Sony, Warner Brothers, Paramount, when they start doing shows. All these different shows, how are they going to do testing? Now, I'll play the game. I'll do whatever they need me to, with regards to testing, at least. And it makes me kind of curious as to where things are going to go. So anyway, let's go ahead and answer some questions that are talking about this. Oh, how do you deal with children on set? In the past, when I was doing camera work and attempted to direct, I learned both children and animals are the most difficult to work with. You are exactly right. Both are considered to be the big red flags for production and the big time wasters. It's one of those things where you can look at a child and say, oh, they're so cute. You can look at an animal and say, oh, they're so cute. But guess what? Dogs and children do not negotiate. Well, children, I should say, the younger they are, the less willing to negotiate they are. A newborn is not going to negotiate. It will burst into tears, and it won't give you one more take. It will just cry and cry and cry until you take it away and feed it. So usually they'll bring out twins on set, and they'll say, okay, well, try the other one. Let's try the other one. And usually it's extremely quiet on set. At that point, they've gotten most of the scene done, or they're going to do it later, or what have you. But you're right. With regards to children, the main thing is they're going to look at anything as outside of the norm. So if you're talking about overhead miking, for example, with a boom, if I throw a boom over a child, what is the child going to do you think? Hey, what's that? What's that? And they're going to try to touch it. That's what children do. So one of the things that I will do is I'll throw the boom out there and then look away. Just like, oh, it's just what's done here. And they'll look at me, they'll look at the boom, they'll be like, oh, okay, so I guess it's not that interesting after all. Then they'll look at everything else. They'll look at lights, they'll look at people, they'll look at everything else. And I'll at some point decide to take the boom, throw it back up over, and reposition it a little bit closer to them, then a little bit closer, then a little bit closer, and we'll do that. And eventually the kid will usually get to the point where they're not staring at it. And then I'll try to get it really close to them and keep it away. Now, one of the things I'll also do if the child is looking at me or distracted by me is I will make sure I do not look at them. That's just one thing that I won't do is I will not look at a child who I'm booming. Normally I'll boom at the person's face. I'm booming and I'll do this number. But if it's a child, I'll look at with my peripheral vision and I'll do this number and then look over there. And so that way I'm not actually giving them the attention. Sometimes children, they're looking for that eye contact. If they don't get it, they're going to think that there's no big deal. So personally, that's my tactic with regards to children. Now, animals can be a little bit different. I did a show called Necessary Roughness a few years ago. In season 3, no, there was season 2. I remember because it was during the Olympics. So what year was that? 2012, I think. So anyway, we had a scene where there was the main protagonist in the show. She was a therapist, and she was like with elite athletes that would have an issue, and it was kind of like House MD. She had to mentally help them fix themselves so that way they could perform again. And we had different, we had a kid who had a spelling bee issue. We had a magician, a world-class magician, kind of like David Copperfield. We had a bull rider, and that's the episode I'm talking about. We went out into the country and shot this one scene, and I was using a full Zeppelin with a Neumann KMR 82i in there, and it had a dead cat on there. There was some wind, and I threw that thing up and over the people who were walking and talking. But the part of the scene that was kind of interesting is when they walked over and looked at a bull. They walked over to the side. There was a big fence that was like, probably 5.5, 6 feet tall, and it had like, it was like pieces of board like this. You could stand up. So she actually, the lead of the show, stood up there and kind of did this and looked over the top. You can find the clips on I think it was Necessary Roughness, Callie Thorne with Jimmy Fallon. I think if you do that, you'll see the clip because the first take that we did, the bull was not. I mean, I think I boomed the rehearsal to see what would happen with the bull. And when I did, the bull looked at that boom floating up over them and did not like it a bit and started getting all in a huff. So they said, no. They said, you got to take the boom down. You can't boom that. Well, that's perfectly fine. The first take we actually rolled on, I believe it was, the bull saw her when she went up there to look over the top. And wouldn't you know it, the bull got agitated with her and charged her. And so it didn't hit the side of the wood or anything. She was like, she jumped off and went running and was like, no, that's enough. I can't do this. And the bull, ran off, doing what it is. It's cattle, it's like a male cow. It's cattle, males and cows, female and male cattle, the female is the cow and the male is the bull. So yeah, it's funny because it was just a little irritated and for whatever reason decided to charge the thing. But it was kind of funny. We were all laughing at that. And it was fun, kind of cool that it made Jimmy Fallon because I'd told my wife about that and to some of my friends. So send them the clip. Might even be on Facebook. I remember seeing the clip, though, and posting it at one point. It was really funny. If any of you want to look for it, then by all means. Let's see here. How do we... children on set, though. Children can be difficult. That's just my tactic that I use with regards to children and making sure that... I don't give them, I will introduce myself with them. Sorry, geez, this nose. I will introduce myself to a child, depending on the age. I will also, but you always make sure you interact with them near guardians, near people who are, the child's handlers. You always make sure you do that kind of thing. But I make sure that they understand, that I'm no threat, that I'm just... I'll greet them just like a normal person. I might joke with them a little bit or something like that. In a former life, I was a preschool photographer, so I understand how to deal with children. I have 3 of my own. And it's one of those things where where I like little kids. I get along with them just fine. So to me, it was not a big issue to introduce myself to a child and interact. But then when I get on set, even if they're only like 2 years old or something like that, I do not give them the time of day. I'll throw the boom out there as early as I can so that way they can start to get used to it. Because the one thing I do not want to have happen is everybody is finally like, okay, we're going to roll now. I'll throw the boom over top of them. And instantly what happens? What's that? I'm going to touch the boom or whatever. And I don't tolerate that. I don't want that to be the distraction, because if that happens, what are they going to do? When they're ready to shoot and the director and the first AD, what they are going to do is remove the distractions. Boom operator, you're going to have to stand down. We can't have you doing that because it's distracting to the child. Can't you plant something? Can't you just use the lavs? That's what they're going to say. I'm like, so I don't do that. What I'll do is I'll throw the boom out on set and make it look like it's just something that's there. And I'll make it seem like it's the least interesting thing in the world. And hopefully the child or children will pay it no mind, especially if I don't look at them. If I hold the boom over them and I'm looking at them, they're of course going to be looking back at me like, what are you doing? That's so funny. But if you don't look at them, it's like, well, there's nothing to see here. So I'll throw the boom right over top of them like 6 inches away and then just completely look around, like there's no big deal. So that's usually how I'll deal with children. Now there are different techniques and stuff that you may end up having to do, but usually that's my go-to with regards to kids and booming them on set. So hopefully that answered your question, Alejandro. If you have anything else to ask about that, then by all means. Animals are very much the same way, though. They can be, but they'll glance at something as long as they realize it's not a threat. They won't pay any attention to it. With the exception of some animals, like I've seen ostriches attack zeppelins and stuff like that. Those are interesting. Sometimes they're just animals that are just like, hey, what's that? So let's look at this. Director brought his son on, and it was a nightmare. Yeah, you can't do anything about it. On a show I did years ago called Drop Dead Diva, in season 5 or 6, I believe, one of the lead actresses. Season 4, I think she gave birth, and in season 5 and 6 brought back the infant. And sometimes she'd bring him to set if she wasn't working. And in the middle of a scene, all of a sudden you'd hear this talking. You're like, you can't do anything about it. But usually they'll realize that it's their kid that is not acting right, and they'll get him out of there. They'll be like, sorry, everyone, and like, let's go. And instantly they'll start, running out, and it's kind of funny, actually. But, one of the things you do not want to do is go face-to-face with the director. So what I will do is I'll mention it to the first AD. I'll say, could you do us a favor and mention, the director's son is making noise. That's showing up in our tracks. We're hearing that. We need that director's son to quiet down. Can we maybe get him an ice cream, take him off set someplace, do something? Does he have to be on set because he's throwing off our sound? And we'll ask those kind of questions. All right. Forgot to mention his son is also on the show. Oh, cast member to be exact. Well, then he should know better. He should know when he should not be talking and when he should be talking. If he's a member of the show and on cast, tell him to be off set unless we need him. If he's needed on set, that's completely allowed at that point, and it's perfectly acceptable for the child to be on set for their scene. But then make sure the first AD is on your side. I would make sure that I talk to the first AD and say, I understand that we have a child on the show. I understand it's also the director's son. Help me out on this a little bit, as much as you can, because I want to get clean tracks. But at the same time, I understand that he's a child. So, you got to kind of feel it out and see what you're going to do there. Okay. Amazon sent me a neat bumblebee today. Today instead of a worker bee. I'm worried the company is going under due to being a little to no stock anywhere. I don't think so. Here's what I will say. I would assume, and this is just an assumption, that when they lowered all their prices earlier this year or late last year, and then COVID-19 happened, everyone started doing the neat bee reviews. Bandrew did. I did. There's, a whole bunch of other reviews that hit the market at the same time. And I think they probably sold out, and because of COVID-19, they didn't. They probably had a lapse in manufacturing. I will tell you right now, I know that they have another microphone in the works. I don't know any details about that, but I do know they have something in the works because I asked him. I said, I've mentioned I've given them 2 ideas of products I think would be a good idea, and it even fits in their nomenclature and everything. And they said, those are cool ideas. Those are interesting ideas. We'll maybe look into those. And I said, hey, do you have anything on the horizon? And I started throwing out some ideas and said, do you have any of these things? And they said, I can't talk about it, but I can tell you that we are working on something now. I'm like, okay, cool. That's all I want to know. I mean, but what company is it? What company is it? My only point in saying this at all is that they're not going under, as far as I understand. That I don't think that. I think that a lot of companies were hit hard due to COVID, but then you got to keep in mind that they also a lot of people have been asking me about their microphones, and I do know that probably in my Amazon associate links, I think due to that video that I did, I've probably seen maybe people buy the Worker Bee maybe 8 times and the King Bee maybe 5, which is actually incredibly good for me because most of the time people will watch reviews and then they'll buy off of the review channels links. But if they happen to see mine, which is usually down in the search results because I'm not by any means a big channel, then it's usually like, oh, cool. And I do know that that's a big skew in a different direction. Those are probably the highest selling mics that I've seen in my Amazon links and people clicking on them and buying them. And I will get, those are probably also the mics that I will see asked most to me in either descriptions or comments of videos or in private emails. And so, I mean, even in the live stream earlier we did earlier today, somebody asked me about the Neat Worker Bee and said, I'm just about to pull the trigger and buy one. You tell me though, Worker or King? And I said what I always say. The Worker is very flat. The King Bee has a little bit of a low end boost on it. It's a little bit more extended bass. If you're going to be using it within about a foot, take your pick. If you're going to be using it more farther than about a foot away, I would go King. Unless there's some sort of a weight requirement or weight restriction. In that case, then you might need the Worker. But those are usually the criteria that I have because they both sound great. They both have really, they're both wonderful products. And I personally don't think that they're having a stability issue. I think they might have just sent you the wrong thing. And if you bought from Amazon, it said Amazon sent you the Neat Bumblebee. So did it come from Neat or did it come from like some other seller on Amazon? Because I can't imagine an Amazon sell unless it came directly from Neat to be something that you blame Neat for. Because I don't get that vibe. When they reached out to me and asked me originally, would I be interested in reviewing one of their products? I said, before I even talk to you, I want you to answer some questions for me. And I drilled them hard. I asked, what's the company's stability like? I wanted to know if they were planning on being around because I said, look, I have one of your King Bees and I've had it for a couple of years now. I said, I want to know because I like your products. I like what I've seen, but I also know that there's a very real possibility that when a company kind of, your parent company Gibson is going under. I said, I don't know what your plans are. I don't know what you're planning on doing. And that's when they assured me. They gave me a lot of insider information. Some of it I put in my video. And they basically told me that they expressed to me that they're a solid company and that they're just doing a lot of stuff in social media. You can actually tweet Neat microphones and they will usually respond to you within a couple of hours. And they'll look at it, they'll like it, they'll reshare and that kind of thing. And I really do firmly believe that the company is doing well. And I do think that they're working. I do think they were truthful when they told me that they have some things in the works. Again, haven't told me what they are. I mean, it could be anything, but I do believe them when they tell me that the company is stable. I've seen nothing to indicate otherwise. And if it was not COVID-19 time and they ran out of microphones, I might question it, but I do know that there's a lot of, when COVID-19 hit, there was a lot of companies that went under. I mean, we're seeing GameStops closing. We're seeing a lot of big companies closing. I'll just throw it out like that. But then companies that do microphones, for example, they saw a shift. More people doing podcasting microphones than they're doing lav mics. People that sell lav mics weren't selling as many, but people that were selling products that could be used for podcasting or for YouTube videos or something like that sold a lot of them. So I think that what Neat probably did is they sold out of stock is what my guess is. Now, this is all speculation. I could be totally off. That is just the gut feeling I have. Would I buy from them right now? I don't know why I wouldn't. They seem like they're doing just fine. I have seen no indicators that they're having stability issues. I'll put it that way. Okay, let me move on and get off of that topic. We are doing daily tests for talent 3 times a week for limited crew, camera, sound, makeup. Okay. Well, that's a lot better, but still, it's a lot of testing. I got my test near the first test last Tuesday and got the results on Thursday. Yep. Plus, you have to consider the hospital bill coming to you since you admitted yourself without being an emergency or trauma. That's correct. For Netflix here, we have a private contractor doctor who has worked with the industry running tests every day on set. Yep. Deity or Electrosonics? Electrosonics. Sorry, Deity. Their Electrosonics is over twice the price of the entire Kinect system, and it is industry standard, solid as a rock. It's huge. If that's your only criteria, Deity or Electrosonics, I would say Electrosonics. If you want to ask about best bang for, if you had a budget of $3,000 and you needed 4 wireless channels, Deity. But it's like, I mean, I need a little bit more information than that. Between those two, I would say Electrosonics. Hi from Chile. Hi there, Jose. Thanks for coming in here. I really like the sound of Supergirl's voice. What microphone do they use? I have no idea. I'm not on that show. I've never even seen it other than the crossover. When they did the crossover event that happened to have our cast member Black Lightning went off and they met up with the Supermans and the Flashes and everybody, and they did the whole crossover with the world coming to an end, and all the superheroes have to save the world and stuff together. I do know a couple of people that went off to go off and do that, but they are not sound people. They could care less. So I do not know what microphones they used. Sorry. Have a tip for testing if cable lost shielding. I was on a film and was getting a lot of EMI buzzing on my boom. Do mics normally pick up EMI? Is there a way to eliminate this? Well, have a tip for if cable lost shielding. Replace the cable. If a cable, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but if a cable has a gash in it and has any kind of an issue, I would replace it. I don't play around with that kind of thing. I don't play around with bad cables at all. Cables do get damaged. I've run them through doors before and people have crushed them and snipped them. There was a show I did. I had routed, an 8-pin duplex cable for a long boom run, and I had run it around this entire building, and we had routed it all the way back in this one window, and then we ran it in through this one door, and it was really funny because we were just about to go, and all of a sudden I heard it went out. Had no idea why. And when I was kind of like, what's going on here? I traced the line because we were like, hold on a second. I got to find out what happened to my cable. Ends up that they felt that they needed to close the door. Because we said, all right, let's lock this up. And they said, close the door. And so someone closed the door and the bottom of the door was very sharp. And so when they closed the door, even though there was a gap like this, the cable had gotten kicked up or something like that. So when they closed it, it pinched right between the door and snipped my cable right there. And it was like, well, I got to reroute this cable, guys. Sorry about that. So, okay. Wow, that's interesting. I'll investigate that here in a second. But regarding cables, I would replace the cable alarm clock films. And if it's still an issue, I would make sure that my shield on the female end of the connector is tied to the shell, and and if you can, make sure it's not tied to the shell casing on the male end. That's just my personal preference, and that's the way that I've had the best possible results with. So let's see here. Have you heard any rumors on the Zoom H8? And if not, what's your thought on what the noise floor might be like? I have no idea, dude. Real quick here, going back to the previous question. Do mics normally pick up EMI? They can. Depends on the microphone. It depends on what microphone it is. Some microphones are more prone to EMI than others. Okay, the Zoom H8, as I've heard it referred to, the Hate. What is my thoughts on the noise floor might be? I would probably think that it might be on par with the other H's. You know, the H's are not the F's. So I would say it's probably a little better than the H6 because it's newer. I can't be 100% certain about that, though. I haven't seen the specs for them. All I know is what you know. I've seen the announcements. I've seen it go through all the different information regarding the thing, and who knows? Who knows what it's gonna entail? I have no idea. So I don't know much about it. Sorry. Hey, buddy, Gerg is here again. Welcome back, Gerg. He was here in the stream earlier we did today. Alejandro, thanks for the help. Today I had a boom operator over. He did job. But it's like you said, you can't really account for children at times. Yeah. Oh, he did. It must have been he did a good job. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, children are kind of tough. I'm sure this is a common question with a million views, but I'm interested in your suggestion. I do have a lot of Zoom meetings for work. Lav or shotgun to get my mic out of camera. Well, I actually got this question in an email not long ago. And the way I said that for his particular purpose, I thought that he'd probably get better. If you're going to lav and you clip it onto close, people are not going to notice it. And so usually you can get pretty good results with that. And you can gain stage it just fine. The thing about it is, what kind of environment are you in? The reason I ask that is because if you are in a very highly reflective room, like all hardwood floors, it's a big open room, it's got hard walls, wood, it's got glass, it's got all this kind of stuff over there, a lav will probably serve you better. The reason why is lavs usually have a pickup realm of a really good area of sensitivity about this big. But a shotgun microphone is going to pick up farther. So a shotgun microphone won't just hear, like if a shotgun is right here in front of me, pointed at me. A shotgun is not just going to pick up my voice. It's going to hear sounds behind me and basically everything around. And it's going to reach out and pull that stuff in. A lav mic is going to hear more, centered to me. If I wear it over here, it's basically like a boundary layer. It's picking up right here on my chest. It's picking up this little, ball of air right here, ideally. And it's going to be picking that up primarily. Now, lavs typically have a higher noise floor than a shotgun microphone or a larger microphone. That's just the nature of a small microphone versus a large. The larger the diaphragm is, the less noise there can be in that microphone. And depending on the manufacturer, it may be a low noise microphone. It may not be. But a lav is always going to have probably in the mid 20s as a noise floor or higher. And those are the best on the market. It's just the nature of having a little bitty capsule prone to little bitty bits of vibration, of dust particles hitting it, whatever is going to affect that microphone based on its design. Little puffs of air, little anything can affect that. You got to also keep in mind on a small diaphragm, it's also got a tighter. It can't have an extremely loose diaphragm. It's got to be tighter, and because of that, it can be prone to more noise, just natural more noise, unless they, and so they might thicken it up a little bit, or they might try to make it thinner for certain reasons. But regardless, I recommend that if you're in a very highly reflective background and environment, I would say probably go for the lav. And if you're in a room with a carpeted floor, it's fairly quiet. If you clap your hands and you hear a reverb, you might be better off with a lav. If you clap your hands and you hear, disappears and dissipates fairly quickly, you might be fine with the lav. A lav is going to be one of those things that kind of gets it out of your way and you don't have to worry about it or think about it. And in that case, it might be kind of nice to not have to worry or think about it. Because a lav you would have to think about every time you get off of your Zoom call and jump up and run away. You'd have to say, oh, I'm just going to have to undo this so that way I don't pull over my entire setup. It's your choice. But that's usually what I would use as criteria. I think there's only been one time I've ever done any. If I do the live streams in my car, I always use a lav. I think I might have used the VMic D3 or the Pro one time, but I think I usually use the lav, but I plant it. Since I'm in my car, I plant it up there in the visor. That way I'm not always wearing it. It's close to my mouth. And you don't even notice it because I make sure it's out of frame, just like I do in the movies. Right now, if you look very closely, I would say, if you were in my stream earlier, if you looked at my thumbnail, you probably know exactly where my microphone is. You saw it earlier. If you were in the stream earlier, I had it right down here because I was demonstrating different hats and stuff, and I didn't want to have anything up through this area that's going to be interfering with my sound. And if I was wearing something that was a full face covering, I wanted to have the microphone down below so that we could get underneath that as well as possible. Now that's not an issue, despite the fact that my thumbnail shows the Stedman Pro Screen XL underneath along with my DPA 4018C. You saw that in the thumbnail. You don't see that now. What you see now is barely, and I intentionally did this because I thought it might come up, you barely see right there the edge of my microphone. It's right at the edge of frame. I left it just a little whisker in because I wanted you to be able to see it. That right there is the DPA 4018C. It's about that far away. So maybe 10. What is that? Let's see how far this is. I can't. Maybe like, what is that? 10 inches or so? It's 10 inches off of my mouth, something like that. And that's the way it's going to sound. Not exactly overhead miking, but we'll see. I mean, it to me sounds really good, and it's not bothering me. It's not in my way. I can, do whatever I want. There's no pop filter on it or anything. It's out of my way. I can look right at my screen. It's not going to bother me. So I like it. Okay. Noted. Thanks for your insight. On a good note, we're doing the whole scene all over because we got kicked out of the location. Oh, those are always so wonderful. You got kicked out of the location, I guess, before you finished the scene. And in which case, you still have more stuff to shoot. What they may end up doing, depending on the kind of show it is, they may end up saying, well, we still owe one more angle. Let's just build that one angle on the stage, because it's only the close-up that we owe. What color would the background be? Do you think it would sell as just a solid colored wall if it's cream colored? All right, cool, let's do that. And they'll light it similar, and then they'll just shoot that coverage. It depends on how much you have left. B&H has the King Bee marked as discontinued. Interesting. That is very interesting. I might have to do a little bit of research. I do know that if I were to go right now to Twitter, and if I go right now to Neat, who I am following, Neat Mics. Wait a minute. Where's the list of people I follow? I'm not here. Let me actually just show what's going on. Oh, there's so much politics. I don't want to broadcast that. let me just go Neat Mics. Yeah, it looks. I mean, they reposted something earlier today. There's stuff all over the place about Neat still. At Neat Mics, there's Neat, July 26. Yeah, I mean, they seem to be constantly involved in social media and talking about mics. So I don't know. I can do a search real quick. B&H, let me see. King Bee. Large diaphragm. Because I want to see what's the reason it's discontinued. Wonder if they have the worker bee that's discontinued. Let me see. Worker bee. Okay. It's listed as in stock. That's interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. What I'll do is I will contact Neat directly about that. I know somebody over there, the person that I've been going back and forth with. So I'll send out a message and I'll ask them about that. That is very interesting because I was not aware of that. Real quick before we move on, I'm going to ask a question here, and I want to get some thoughts and ideas about that. I mentioned this in a stream I did earlier before, not today, but on another day. 23 people in here. You've seen me in the past do a lot of different classes on SoundSpeak. I've talked about this the classes I teach in the real world and have been teaching since 2013. But what I have not been doing is those classes since COVID-19 happened. So my question is, if I were to offer certain classes like a 3-hour crash course in the roles and responsibilities of a sound utility, or I were to discuss in deep detail a boom microphone and what patterns we use in the film industry, what microphones can be used successfully, when and how, and I did a 3-hour lecture on that. Took many of the classes that I do in the real world, but instead offered them in an online forum. If I were to offer those classes as a way to give additional knowledge in the same kind of spirit, not exactly like I do in the real world, in the real life, the classes I've done in the real world. The reason why I can't go hands-on and say, here, let me throw this thing in your hand and let you try it out. What I can do, though, is present the information the same way. Do it in lecture form, maybe a 3-hour-long lecture plus or minus, and say, here's all this information that I haven't gone into and that you probably would not see presented the same way online. Now, if I were to offer a class like that, would any of you 23 people in here be interested in signing up for something like that? If I were to charge, I'm obviously not like a full, huge, crazy amount, but if I were to charge something like $25 or $30 for a 3-hour lecture where it is interactive, I do take questions, that kind of thing, and I were to dive deep into the nitty-gritty about these topics, who would be interested? Maybe, if $30, if you think that's too much, or if you think that's too little, let me know. I'm very interested in your thoughts. I'm not going to be charging $500 for it. I'm not going to be charging $100 for it. I'm not going to be doing the $79 or $100 classes or something like that. This is more of I don't want to say an online lecture based thing that would disappear. Once you got this, if you signed up for it and I gave you any kind of a class and I did this as a stream, I would upload it and you would always have access to it. So if you had to come in early, or if you had to come in late, or you had to leave early, something like that, or if you wanted to revisit it again in 2 months before you started the show, you could always go back and rewatch it if you wanted to. But it would be a crash course. Even if you wanted to, you would be able to, since this would be your version of it, your video basically. If you had a team member that was brand new, and I would ask that you not share it around with everyone or post it or something like that. But if you were to take that class and you said, you know what, I'm just hiring a brand new utility that I want them to watch this video for 3 hours and let's talk about it. You could do something like that. Or if you had a boom operator that was fairly green on a new show or something like that, and you said, you know what, here is a quick. Yeah, I mean, you could point them at the 3BO series for boom operator training, and most of the time I teach a lot of that material. I do a deep dive in the 3BO series. But in the real classes that I teach, I usually go down it's a 2-day class. Day 1, I usually hit it hard for about 6 to 8 hours in lecture format, explaining the roles and responsibilities of a boom operator and what you do and how you do it. The second day, it's all hands-on. Obviously, you can't do hands-on. But if I were to offer something like that, and if I were to sell tickets, or admission to it, and say maybe $25, $30, or like I said, if you think that's too little for pro information and you say, no, don't sell yourself short, go for 50. Tell me what your thoughts are. If you say, nope, I'm not going to do it unless it's like 20. If it's 20, that's my hard cutoff line. Tell me what your thoughts are. I'm very interested in hearing them, because there are some things that I could do a lecture about on sound speeds. There's other things I could do a class about. Sound speeds is not going to really do well if I do a long lecture. I can answer questions and stuff in a live stream, but there's a lot of preparation that goes into those classes. There's a lot of keeping up with information, making sure that things are valid. Any kind of in the real world, we have handouts. Online, it would be, but what it basically is I create an outline, and I follow the outline in my lecture. And there's a notes section, and you can write notes about it. Well, if we did it online, I'd basically just say, well, let's talk about this. And I could give you the outline and let you write notes as needed. But that would be my question. So give me an idea of, if you were, number one, interested, if you would sign up for something like that. And number two, what would be an idea for something like a cost for something like that would not be too much to price things out. But keep in mind, this is pro information, and pro information that you can't, like the sound utility stuff, no one's talking about. You don't find information about that. So that one might be a class that if I did a crash course on the responsibilities of a sound utility, that might be something that I've taught that class probably half a dozen times. I used to do it every single year. And that would be one that usually goes over really well, and people are always wanting to learn about. That one might be one that would be higher price, but something like a boom class that talks about all the different microphones and we use in the film industry, how you would use them, the pluses and minuses of each one, and things like that. Tell me what your thoughts would be on something like that. So let's actually, I'm gonna put that aside, fill up your comments down below, and I'll catch up with those in a second. So, how was your time with the missus and the children this evening? I'll tell you, Gerg, it was really funny. I went downstairs. My oldest two daughters were playing games in the front room. My youngest daughter was at her nap time. We give her a nap time every day as kind of as a way to kind of calm down. If she doesn't rest at least some during the day and maybe just chill out and watch a movie or play by herself, she starts to get really cranky early. So what we do is we give her about an hour of downtime and just say, chill out. This is your time. Do whatever you want. Relax, chill out. And she does. And then she's, a perfect angel the rest of the evening. When I took her downstairs, I said, do you want a snack? No, I want to go play a game. So she wanted to go play a game. But I said, no, come in here with me. So we goofed off a little bit. I made some popcorn for the girls. And basically we talked about a little bit of things, and we joked around and played a little bit. But then after that, she wanted to just go in the front room and play with her sisters. So she went in the front room and played whatever that game was that they play on the Wii U. I don't know what the thing is. It's a Pokemon game of some sort. You go around as a Pikachu and you make friends and you challenge them to little games and stuff. And then after a while, I pulled her back in the front room and said, leave your sisters alone for a bit. And then we just goofed off. I mean, and then I went next door because our neighbors, they're moving out, and a new neighbor's moving in. They're closing later this week. And so I talked to her a little bit. And and then after that, I went out for food. It was pretty late by the time everything was done. So I didn't really see him a whole lot except during dinner. We ended up having a hair in one of my daughter's meals, so I had to take the thing back to get it exchanged. And then by the time I did that and came back, the girls had been really good. So my wife had promised them milkshakes when they went out earlier today. So I went back out for milkshakes. And then by the time I came back in there, we were basically just talking a little bit. I answered a couple of emails, and then that was it. I mean, I didn't really, aside from being in the room with them, I didn't really interact a whole lot with them. The older two, they'll do their own thing just fine. The younger one usually will do her own thing just fine too. It just really depends on what they're interested in. Sometimes the little one's like, here, play with me, let's play, let's do something, let's build a house, let's build something. Today she wasn't in that mood. It's really interesting. What do you think of the new Stingray Small X? That just got available for pre-order today. Thought about it. A built-in screw mounts on the frame is cool for mounting antennas, monitors. Honestly, I didn't see that. Stingray Small X. Let me look it up. because I guess K-Tech Stingray Small X. Oh, that's not going to be it. Where is it? Small X? Small X. Small X audio bag. Oh, if it's a bag, that's going to be fine. Yeah, K-Tech makes good bags. So, yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard about that. But, yeah, you would know far more about bags than me, dude. I would say I'll defer to you on that one. You tell me what your thoughts are. So, I've been on the anti-internal frame buzz lately, going for the lightest bag possible. And then maybe the Stingray Small X can reconvert me back to a frame bag. You know, why don't you just get a Nova? Get all your transmitters and stuff internal, and then just give me that other old, outdated, useless gear that you don't need. I'll take it all off of your hands and be done with it. I'll even pay for shipping. That way, it's completely easy for you, and you don't have to worry about seeing all that disgusting old gear. Yeah. If you're wondering, SoundSpeed, David, he and I are. I've joked with him for a long time. I constantly tell him that I'll trade him something that's of like practically, $20, $30, something like that, a very low value thing, to try to get his 552 away from him. His 552 is one of his first pieces of gear that he ever got. It is a Sound Devices. It is it's a mixer, but it was the first mixer of its kind that had a built-in way that you could record 2 channels, the mix track. And that was his first mixer recorder. So I jokingly tell him all the time. I mean, you could call it joking. If he ever went for it, I would actually jump on it because it would be a great deal for me. But I jokingly tell him all the time, at least to him it's a joke, that I'll trade him. I offered to trade him one of my XLR dummies, my little XLR dummies, the 150 ohm resistor integrated into a XLR dummy. Which, by the way, if you missed that before, I have 2 of them made and ready to go. Guy wanted one earlier after the stream. I did this earlier today. And if you have a desire to get one of my last 2 XLR dummies, they're made, they're ready. I'm already going there to ship them tomorrow. I will send them to you if you're in the United States. Priority mail, so you'd have it, what is tomorrow, Wednesday? If you're in the continental United States, you'd probably have it before the weekend. And so that way you can test EIN and do any kind of, that kind of thing. And it would be only $20. So if you're interested, shoot me an email. And I will gladly send it to you tomorrow while I'm taking care of him and sending his out. But anyway, so that's a little bit of backstory on the insider information that I have with SoundSpeed there. In my case, I do a lot of Google Meet with work, and I have an MKH416 pointed at me, but directly behind me is my bed, and that's behind a green screen. There's nothing to pick up but me. Okay, well, you should be fine then. Geez, a 416 for a Zoom call? Low thing like that just to have for whatever reason for your Zoom calls. You have a 416, man. Keep that. You don't need to change that up at all. Can't see it at all. Cannot see the mic whisker? Oh, the mic whisker. Oh. That was when I was talking about the... Let me see. I could have sworn that I put it barely in the edge frame. No, it must be barely out now. Let me see if I can get it back in. There we go. That's too far in. There we go. That's actually where it was before. So that's it right there. And I put it in there just so that way, it must have just been me shifting, or maybe I bumped it or something like that and it popped out of frame, but it is right there. And I can pop it, and it's beautiful. Anyway, I love the DP4018C. It's a very small, low-profile microphone option, but my favorite microphone of all time is its big brother, the 4017B. That is a great microphone. I love it. You need Curtis Judd. You need to Curtis Judd you a tape measure. I do. Curtis Judd, I do not. What he's referring to is the fact that I did a live stream with Michael Wynn, Curtis Judd, Kevin Basic Filmmaker, and podcasted a couple months ago. And we got into this thing of talking to Curtis and saying, do you have one of these? Because Curtis kept bringing up something. Yes, I have that right here. And here's what we're talking about right now. And here's what you're talking about. We're like, do you have all this stuff like on your desk? And so we started just throwing out the names of gear. And he would say, oh, well, that's right here. And then we're like, do you happen to have a we need something else. You say, oh yeah, that's right here. And he would show it. And we're like, dude, you have everything like right. And we jokingly started saying it's like Mary Poppins' carpet bag. Everything is right there on his desk. It was quite amazing. Okay, let's move on here. I'm really excited for the K-Tech Small X. Finally a bag with an SD888 in mind. Perfect answer. Thanks. All right, great. I used the Aperture A-Lav from years ago before Aperture spun off into Deity. So it's the same time as they did the Aperture Deity microphone. That was their first, trial of audio on their Aperture in their Aperture world. So they did the A-Lav, which was the predecessor to the V-Lav, and then they did the Aperture Deity, which is the predecessor to the what is it? S-Mic 2. Jeez. I'm terrible. Okay. All right. So audio sounds fantastic. Recommend field monitor headphones. For the field, if it's me booming, I would say you really can't go wrong with the Sony MDR 7506s. Those are the ones I like. I like the fact that if you're booming, you can listen through them fairly easily and see and hear the world around you. That to me is extremely valuable, because if they're closed ear, but you can still hear them. If I'm booming, one of the things I'll do is if I hear a noise, I'll go like this and I'll kick off the headphones and I'll start doing this number. Like, oh, that sound is over there. And that way I can hear it. And if I do that, then it allows me to very quickly determine what I'm hearing and it doesn't knock off my headphones on both sides. So I can still hear the tracks. I can still hear how my boom interacts with the wireless mix and everything else. So that's what I recommend. If you're talking about like as a sound mixer and you want to close off the outside world, if you're talking about that, they remote audio cells, it's kind of like based on like kind of like headphones that a helicopter pilot would use. It's the same kind of closed ear design. Those are the high noise 7506s. The HN 7506 is made by Remote Audio. Those have the same driver that you'd find in 7506s, but it's designed more to sandwich your head like a pair of headphones that would be worn by a helicopter pilot. And they're great. I mean, if you can deal with your brain being squished, your head being squished because of the pressure, which is kind of the nature of them anyway, to trap out all of that noise, then you're gonna probably like those if you like the 7506s, and that's what I would gravitate towards. If you're talking about not necessarily closing off the ear like that, I've heard people say the Sennheiser HD 250s are great. I've heard, I know a lot of people use EIMs. Yeah, I know that the what is it? Ultimate Ear RRs, the reference remastered, I think is what they're called. They're about $1,000, but those are flat. They're dead flat. Multi-driver, what do they have? 5 drivers, 7 drivers, something like that in there. But they're solid, and they make a great pair of headphone IEMs that you can listen to. A lot of guys I know will throw one of those in their ear, and then they'll sit without it. And if they need to, they'll unplug it. They'll sometimes use like a pigtail that goes from their headphone jack, and they'll keep an IFB there with them. So if they need to wander around, they'll just go unplug, plug in the IFB, and they'll walk around, and that way they can hear set, and they can hear a boom operator say, hey, real quick, let me get you to listen to something. Or the utility say, I need you to check a law for me, or whatever, if you're sending to change something. So that way, at least you can change it, but it's really your preference. Personally, I like to hear through my headphones if I'm booming. I like to not hear through my headphones if I'm mixing. And that includes being in here. That's why I love the ATH M50X headphones for in here, because I don't want to hear the outside world when I'm doing this, when I'm doing my SoundSpeeds videos. Nathan Ritter, I have a green screen and a carpet, and it sounds like a shotgun might be a better choice. I would definitely go for that direction, especially if you already have the 416. Be right back. Okay, hopefully you're back by now. I'd pay for foundational basic knowledge because a lot of things you talk about are foreign to me. Okay, James, cool. I'm down. Great price. Yes, I'd be interested. Sign me up. Okay, cool. Those classes sound interesting, but way over my head. I'm still extremely new to audio, so I'm barely keeping up with this live stream. Sorry. Prices seem really cheap, though, for a 3-hour course, It's a fantastic idea. I would definitely have my boom ops pay to watch it. For the utility class? Cool. Yeah, it's one of those things that a lot of the times utilities, it's a good thing for utilities, and it's a good idea for boom operators to have an idea of how the other half works if they've never been a utility. Very generous deal. $25 is a little low. I feel like for more advanced stuff. Whoa, I just scrolled up. What did this thing say? Oh, my eye is starting to go bad again. Let's see. More advanced stuff. It definitely worth more than $25. Okay. I tried telling newbie boom operators to watch a 3BO series or Video Mantis course before coming onto the short films with me. Seem like none of them do. Disappoints me how zero are obsessed as I am. Yeah, and you know what? If you really wanted people to learn it, you could tell someone, you got to know it. I will go ahead and line up someone else. I will line up someone else starting next week if you don't want to take this serious enough. If you feel that they're not, if they have a good grasp of it, like obviously if you hired Ken Strain or you hired Jonathan Fu or you hired Kevin Cherokee or something like that, you would not need them to look at that. These guys are veterans. They know their game. But if you're talking to someone who's done couple maybe little small projects or something, you just wanted to make sure that they had basic knowledge enough to get in, then I would say, do that. So, I would say, send them to the course then. I don't care to be honest, Alan, but I feel that you're selling yourself short personally. Okay. $25 for a pre-recorded VOD, $50 plus for a live class with Q&A would probably be better. Okay. Might do it for $50 then. I'm a bit crossed on it. On one hand, you don't want to sell yourself short or set a precedent. Yeah. On the flip side, I'm always looking for a deal. Yeah. Would look into a e-learning platform like Masterclass or something. See, I have an issue with some of the Masterclass stuff I've seen. It's extremely focused. It's very high end, very high production value. I understand that, but they're never going to want somebody like me. They will go to a master class for somebody like Ron Howard teaching directing or Penn and Teller teaching magic. Why in the world would they want to do it for? Because that's interesting. Hearing how Ron Howard directs, because he's directed huge movies. Penn and Teller, top tier magicians. Hearing about a boom operator. I mean, people aren't going to want to do that. Not on a master class. Hello, Alan. As for the classes for $30, it's a bargain. I'd be interested, even just for the knowledge. So maybe what I could do is I could list the price as $50, and then say if you register by a certain time, it would be $30 or something maybe. That's great. Love to hear about your ladies. Oh man, they're just fine. They're doing great. Sure, it's interesting. I would be interested more to give you some different use cases instead of hands-on stuff, and maybe a QA through email or something. I'd pay that much. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Oh no, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that to me, Gerg. Nope. Okay, well I'll toss around some ideas, and I'll throw it out there and see what. I'll line up a date and we'll see what happens. Because the whole idea would be that if you were watching it live, I would probably break it down into sections and then do a question and answer session and then reconvene. Or I might do it where we would handle the entire class and then I take questions at the end. That way, if people wanted to duck out, they could. If they wanted to stay, they could. I have to think about that. I might do it in the middle and break it up and say we're going to do a QA session in the middle before we pass on and continue on. I'll have to think about that. Okay, good. So it looks like $30 would be a bargain. $50 plus might be the price then. Just dialing in on that. Because I don't want it to be something that people... Since it is professional knowledge that no one's talking about, it would be one of those things that it would be something that you would also have access to forever. It would be something that I would go back through. I'd set timestamps to different material probably after the class, and then I would I'd at least do that, and then you would have access to it as an unlisted video that you could end up sharing with your teams if you wanted to. But I would request that you did not share it on, hey, look at this, and post it on Reddit or something. Because if I all of a sudden started seeing a huge amount of numbers of people watching that, then I would end up going private with it. I'd re-upload it and send it out to people yet again. All right. Hey, Alan, as for the classes for $30. Oh, wait, I already did that one. Mix Pre 3 or Audient ID 22. Mix Pre 3. Mix Pre 3. Any day of the week. Okay. Other quality interface. You know what? The Mix Pre 3 is a deal. It is seriously a deal for what you get. You don't have to have any computer on if you don't want to. You can use yourself a tablet. You could read your copy off a paper if you wanted to. You could do whatever you wanted to. All you need is a recorder, a cable, and a microphone. Or, depending on your microphone, you might just be able to set the thing up and record directly into it. Probably not with a Mix Pre, though. But you don't need to have additional fans. It doesn't have any moving parts. It's dead quiet. It's got a brain. It's got a lot of features. It's got metadata. The thing is solid as a rock. So I would say Mix Pre any day of the week over any kind of such an interface. So yeah. I just got a text from my wife. Oh, I forgot her cookies. When she sent me for milkshakes, I forgot to get her cookies. She wanted cookies. And so she's reminding me that I told her I'd get her cookies too, but what can I say? Fail husband. Okay. Let's see here. Why did it hold your question for review there, SoundSpeed? I did today put up for sale my Zoom F4 and F8N, Zaxcom Max, and some Electrosonics wireless on all local New Zealand for sale forums. Have someone interested in Tascam DR680, not selling my 552 though. Oh, I don't want you to sell it to me. I just want you to give it to me. Oh, did I say that out loud? You might be right, though. I should have gone Zaxcom Nova instead of the 833, but then again, the grass is always greener on the other side. You're right. I really like the Nova. I really like what they did with it and how everything is integrated. If I was starting over again, I said this earlier, if I were starting and had to buy gear from the beginning, I would say get that. I would say I would jump on that. Now, let me ask you this, SoundSpeed. What are you selling your F4 and F8 for? F8N for? Because depending on the price, I might be interested in having a backup in order to use for certain tests. That way I don't have to take down the Mix Pre 6 all the time. I could have a dedicated field thing because I have a couple of ideas for some stuff in the future. If the price is right, I might jump on one of them. Maybe. Let's talk. Just depends on what you want for it. If you're not doing a whole big, I know that most of that stuff holds its value pretty well, but I also know the Australian dollar is not quite as strong as the American dollar. So it could be a deal for me. I don't know. So we'll see. Just tell me if you want to, shoot me a message through Facebook. We've talked quite a bit. Shoot me a message through Facebook. Let me know what you want for both of them. I may make a deal. I may jump on one of them. We'll see. UA audio interfaces are more than a bit more than Mix Pre 3. Yeah. And here's the thing. You can get stuff that's really good. You can get, what is it, a Mo2 M2. You can get the SSL 2 Plus. And those are both solid as a rock. So it's like you could very easily jump on either one of those and be perfectly happy. But personally, I like recording without anything on. If I want to record, like I'm going to be recording a lot of voiceover for my next video. I thought about doing it tonight, but then I said, you know what? I would rather do a live stream because I think it'd be really funny. I already did a 4-hour and 20-minute live stream earlier today. If I can do a live stream tonight for 3 hours and 40 minutes, I would have live streamed for half the day. That to me is funny. Ridiculous, but funny. So I'm going to try to do that just because I think it'd be funny. Right now I'm an hour and 20 minutes in, so I just have to last another 2 hours and 20 minutes, which, considering that at this point in the stream I did earlier today, I was thinking I was going to wrap up in the next 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden I look up and I'm like, geez, it's been almost 4 hours. And then it was trying to get off the thing. And the only reason I got up before earlier was because my wife was texting me. So let's scroll on down. All right. Big fan of remote audio, HN7506s, yeah. Although it can be dangerous if you're needing to run and gun boom mic. Yeah, at the same time, you would not want to use it for that. That would be more of like if you're going to be sitting down in a desk and you have high noise, you have airplanes overhead, something like that. Definitely use them for those kind of environments. But if you're running and gunning, I would almost say use IEMs if you want to close off your ears. Use IEMs because they're not going to fall off your head like headphones will. You know, it's a lot of weight. The IEMs, I know a lot of ENG mixers that are starting to use those more and more often, using little pigtails and coming out of their bags and then just plugging up to that. And then just they have that clipped on someplace on a carabiner or something. I measured the noise floor on one of my channels on my Behringer X18 digital mixer, and it was negative 133. But the Behringer manual says negative 128 dBu A weighted. What could account for the difference? Well, it depends on how you did the test. Did you watch my video on how to measure EIN? Because if you're talking about a digital interface, what did you calibrate with? What did you calibrate with when you connected it up there? Did you give it a solid noise source that you know is to be negative 50, negative 60, negative something? And then once you got that level and you recorded, then you plugged in your XLR dummy and then measured the noise floor? Because you cannot just look at the amount of gain that it has on there. That would be DBFS metering. If it's a digital console, you need to actually actively look at you have to calibrate the analog to digital, because the ADC analog digital converter is going to adjust your analog audio, which would be a dBu meter, to a digital meter, and you have to calibrate those. Because if you put a noise source, for example, like when I tested my MixPre 6, I saw that my noise source, my noise on the MixPre, when I put negative 50 dB through to it, and I brought it right up to negative 12 dB, I knew that wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. When I brought that up there, I knew calibration-wise where at negative 12 dB, that negative 50 dB audio source, I needed to give it a certain amount of gain. So what I did is I was able to calculate from that, knowing that hit right there, a negative 50 dB source was hitting at negative 12 dB. When I got into post, I looked at that and said, what is this in dBFS? And based on that, I was able to calibrate it. So it depends on knowing what your audio source is, knowing that if I put a negative 50 dB source through my system and I calibrated it at plus 50 dB of gain, which should even that out, it should be at 0 dB, it was actually lower than that. So I'm getting ahead of myself there when I was talking a moment ago. But if I'm trying to calibrate those, look at my video on measuring EIN, because you have to calibrate your analog and digital. If not, then that's probably what it was. Because you have to draw a connection and a correlation between the two, otherwise it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Okay, I have used my MixPre 10T as an interface and it worked really well. Yeah. Oh, it's a solid interface. I don't think there's, a 10T would be an amazing interface. Do you have an EQ profile that you use for the DD S Mic 2? That's the same question I got earlier. That's very interesting. I've heard that there are settings that can make it sound identical to Sennheiser MKH416. Sounds like you watched Mike DelGaudio's video. He did that. So look at Mike DelGaudio's review of the S Mic 2, and he talks about what he did to make them sound the same. But that's on his voice. He's got a wonderful, very deep, rich voice. If you have a higher pitched voice like me, it's not going to be the same EQ curve. And if your environment's different, which I'm sure it is, it's not going to be the same EQ curve. You have to find what works well for your ears. You can rely on something that's pre-done by someone else. Do you want to? If you want it to sound good, I would say throw it out there. You don't need to do a whole lot. Don't EQ because you can. EQ because there's something you want to correct. If you don't like the way that you sound, it's not just, okay, I'm going to play with some EQ. That's not going to fix it. It's just going to start adding coloration. It's going to start adding weird effects. You can give it yourself a boxy, boomy environment. You can give yourself no low end. You can give yourself too much presence. You can give all kinds of really weird stuff to your voice that is unnatural seeming. So I would say make sure that you listen very flat. Give it a good listen to how you sound and try to do more stuff rather than messing with EQ. Try to get either closer or farther away from a microphone as opposed to actively trying to EQ something to sound good. You don't need to EQ an S-Mic 2 to sound like a 416. It's a fine microphone on its own. It's got its own sound characteristic. And if you want a 416 sound, go for a 416. Because you may be able to add EQ to an S-Mic 2, but it's still not going to be a 416 sound because there are certain elements and things that are built into certain microphones to create a certain sound. And it's not all about just the frequency response. You've heard me say that many times on the channel before. It's not about the frequency response. There's a lot of other things about a microphone. I'm going to throw out one thing for you. You look at polar patterns all the time, right? And it always, a cardioid looks really perfect. It's like the microphone comes up here and it's a perfect little cardioid shape. And then you see that the 16K is maybe a little bit weird. And then you see the 8K is perfect. The 4K is perfect. 2K is perfect. 1K is perfect. 500 is perfect. 250 is perfect. They're all perfectly symmetrical and on top of them. What happens, though, when you point that microphone at your mouth and then start going off axis? Speak out loud. I can't hear you. What happens to the sound? Are people talking? What happens is the detail goes away. It is still picking up all those frequencies, but the detail goes away. Just like this. I'm going to take out this right here. Here is my DPA 4018C, super cardioid. If it's on my mouth, it sounds great. As soon as I start to go a little bit off axis with it, my voice is going to start to slowly diminish in quality. It's still picking up the same frequencies up to right there, but I'm about to start leaving the pattern. So watch what happens. As I start to leave the pattern here, it's starting to lose some of the highs now. You're still getting the lows because those are mostly omnidirectional, and I'm speaking right into the front of the pattern. As I start to go farther and farther away, now I'm very much off axis, right? I'm still in front of it. My voice is still very much in front of this microphone. You're hearing the low end just fine. The highs are not being directed directly into the microphone anymore. You hear the difference there? This is full fidelity. I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As soon as I start to skew off axis, I'm still speaking directly into that microphone, but now I'm in the edge of the pattern. You hear how that sounds? The detail is starting to go away. And what's usually starting to drop off first is the fidelity, usually in the higher frequencies is what you hear. Lower frequencies are more omnidirectional. They sound the same no matter what. So if I'm pointing directly at my mouth, you hear full fidelity on the lows, mediums, highs, all the frequencies. As soon as I start going a little bit off axis, that detail starts to diminish. Same thing happens. Oh, here, let me put it back up there before I go into a lecture form again. Same thing happens with your cardioid pattern microphones. It may be a perfect little thing making you think you can get all the way over here to about 130 degrees off axis and it's still going to sound good. Sorry, you may think that, but it's not that way. The detail falls off. So it may be a solid microphone for the most part, but the detail is going to start falling off that microphone as soon as you get off axis. That's why there's always this whole thing about off axis versus on axis. And so when you're talking about microphone polar patterns, it may look like it can pick up a perfect cardioid pattern, just like every other cardioid pattern microphone will look like it's perfect. Does that mean that you can go completely off axis and it's going to sound beautiful? No. The detail is not going to be the same as when you go straight in the front of the microphone. If you want to see this in a perfect example, grab yourself an omnidirectional microphone. Let me think if I have one. No, it's downstairs. I'm not going to go get it. I have an omnidirectional Electro Voice EV6. Let me look it up. I think it's an omnidirectional. If it is, I'll show you. EV635 NDB, because I do have that right here. If that is an omnidirectional, which I think it is, if it is, I will grab it because it is right there. I'm looking at it. Omnidirectional dynamic. Let me show you what I mean. I'll grab it. Okay, I have two of these right here. So, in a gun case, no less. So, here's the thing to know about a pattern. And I know I'm getting perhaps very sidetracked here, but this is the kind of stuff you get in the lecture that I would probably do on microphones in the classes. This is the kind of stuff I would cover. I'm going to unplug the 4018C for a second. I'm going to plug this in. Oh, it's over there. Okay, let me bring this up a little bit. There we go. So let me show you this. This is an omnidirectional microphone. If you look at the polar pattern of this, it looks very, very clean all the way around. So you would expect that for a microphone such as this, EV Electro Voice 635A, you would expect it to sound, when you look at the pattern on an omnidirectional, it looks pretty even all the way around, right? Let me ask you, if I'm talking into the front of this and I start to go off axis now, is my voice sounding the exact same, even though this capsule is pointed straight at me and it's right here? It's centered underneath my finger. Okay, so I'm going to back it up a little bit, and it's still pointed directly at me. It's still picking up my voice with full frequencies, but now the detail is starting to go away. Let me unplug this. Hold on a second. I'm just going to give this a full official test. Fidelity is spot on right here. Okay, so if I start to go around with this right here, I'm locking my finger in place. Fidelity is full on my mouth. As I start to go off axis, the capsule is still in the same exact place, right? But hear how, even though you're picking up all the frequencies relatively evenly still, I mean, they're falling off a little bit here and there. The capsule is now off axis. I am still speaking into it, and it's about the same, but it doesn't sound right anymore. It sounds off axis. You're picking all those frequencies up, but not like right now. The reason why is because it's omnidirectional, you're going to pick those frequencies up, but it's not going to be detailed. That's the difference. So when you're talking about microphones, you want to be on axis. You want to be relatively down the barrel. That's why I look at these things and I laugh whenever I see people talking about these microphones and how, oh, the pattern is a little weird. I don't know about this pattern. And they start nitpicking that. And they start talking about frequency responses. And they start talking about polar patterns. I'm like, look, you're not thinking about things right. Frequency responses only work if you, the measurements, if you are where they were when they were tested, which is 1 meter away. So if the frequency response of this microphone was tested at a distance this far away from me, I mean, more or less, it's a little bit off. That's how far away this microphone is. I sound different. I mean, actually, what I'll do is I'll kill this and I'll bring it up so that way you can hear more of the way it actually sounds without processing. You're hearing the AC in the house now too. But this is the way this microphone would actually sound about, I mean, this isn't even a full meter away. This is probably 2.5 feet. And if I speak relatively even, I mean, this is not an anechoic chamber either, but that's spot on directly to my mouth. If I were to go even farther away, you'd start to hear less and less bass response. As I start to get closer, what happens? The detail starts coming in there. It starts sounding richer. And then if I put it right next to my voice, right next to my mouth, you hear a lot of detail right there. And that's the reason why I don't trust frequency response graphs as much as some people think I should. Because I understand that when they're testing them, they test them at a distance of 1 meter away, and that's not where you use them. A handheld microphone like this Electro Voice 664 or Electro Voice Electro Voice 635 NDB, ND, neodymium magnet, and B because it's not the A model. The 635A is the one that people always know of. But this right here is spot on to my mouth, and it's only 4 to 6 inches away. What is that? 4 inches away from my mouth. So this right here is full fidelity, spot on, directly on axis to my mouth. I can still point it at my mouth and it's full fidelity while I'm looking at you and talking that way. That's why I'm not going to be plosiving this microphone, nailing it with plosives. So if I turn this way, I could still perhaps talk and maybe not kill it with plosives because it's designed for that. But if I go off axis, even if this is in the exact same spot and I'm rotating around it, this is an omnidirectional pattern microphone, but I don't sound detailed anymore. Do I? Just because it's out of the pattern. So don't look at the pattern and say, well, this one's a little more narrow. This one's a super cardioid. It shouldn't be doing that. Don't look at that. You have to think about this as a microphone that is going to be used on axis, but what does it do to those off-axis frequencies? If you bring something outside and it diminishes quite a bit off-axis, awesome. if it sounds very undetailed. Most of the coloration that you hear out of a microphone, most of the specialness that gives that microphone its sound is going to be spot down the barrel on axis. There are examples of a microphone that would be just as even behind it, more or less, I should say. For example, a ribbon microphone. A ribbon microphone technically is one that you should be able to talk into one side and talk into the other because it is a, what? A figure of 8 pattern, binaural. So you should be able to talk into one side of it, spin it around the other side, and then do the exact same thing. Let me plug this thing back up and get off this lecture. All right, let's change the level back to where it was. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Okay. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight. I don't even remember what the question was anymore. I am one of those people that if I were a dog, all you'd have to do is yell squirrel and I would forget everything and my brain would reset. So that's just me and my nature. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's put this thing away and let me go on with more questions here. Talking to people who have done film. Did I already do this one? And perhaps recorded sound on a handful of short films. Unfortunately, is not a good standard for when I'm looking for a boom up for self-funded feature. Yeah. And you're also in a much smaller market with regards to people that are in this industry. You'll get there though, man. You'll get to the point where your market will be hopping. I mean, give it, by the time you retire, of course, right? That's the way it is. You will help build up your entire area and make it amazing. And then some other people will come in there and they'll, oh, look, I just walked into a wonderful job that's paying 6 figures. And you're like, yeah, guess who built that for you? Okay. Doesn't that make you feel great, David? Okay. It's a class that can earn people money. I feel that you should earn something also. Great. DoorDash has cookies. Probably not Chick-fil-A cookies 2.5 hours after Chick-fil-A closes. Those are the ones that she likes right now. Stream is going to cut short because of cookies. No, I'm not going to do that. Mix Pre 3 it is, and I'm starting to scrape my pennies together. Yeah, and Gerg, it's one of those things where the Mix Pre 6 is a solid choice. You can get other interfaces that are great, but to me, you're talking to a film guy, man. You're talking to someone that would prefer to have a recorder that does everything for me, and then all I have to do is just sit back and record. And I could take that thing, I could record in the field. You don't need to have a computer to do any kind of recordings. It is just ready to go at any time of the day or night. Okay. Hit up Glenn Sanders and ask for a Zaxcom Nova. You can use it for testing and with instead of the F8N. Yeah. Something tells me Glenn wouldn't do that, though. I mean, I know Glenn. Glenn knows me. We're not like buddy buddies. I know who he is. I've talked to him and he's answered questions and stuff for me. He's a good guy. He's very knowledgeable, but I can't see him giving me anything except lectures. I mean, he would tell me anything I wanted to know probably, but I can't imagine. Sorry, I'm just trying to shift around. This is like the most awkward thing in the world. I should have set the chair back on this thing before I sat down. Let's just plosive this microphone. Oh, look at this. Scroll up and wouldn't you know, search for awesome. Thank you so much. Look at this. Super chat. Awesome. Thanks so much. Random question. When doing videos, do you sync your audio and video after the recording, or do you record your audio straight into your videos to avoid that work? I record separate. I always, I did a video called my post process, but I did not talk about how I acquire it, did I? The way I do things is I have my Mix Pre 6, or if I do any field work with one channel, I'll use the HDTX. But, and that's if I do any type of exterior stuff where there's not a low noise floor. Because if there is a noise floor that people could criticize, I'll use the Mix Pre 6. But here's what I'll do. I will take the Mix Pre 6 out. Whenever I hit record, I'll go clap, clap, clap. Just going to blow the microphone even more. I'll go clap, clap, clap. And in post, what I'll do is I'll look for my first hand clap, and I will sync that point to my first clap in my audio dialogue, in my audio track. As soon as I synchronize that, now I can do it automatic and just let it, analyze the sound for me. But there's an issue with that. It usually will be about a frame off. And I don't want it to be a frame off and then me have to lose sync on it later. So I'll always manually sync them. And then what I do is I go through and there's natural breaks every single time I cut a camera or something like that. I will align them so that way the clips are actually synced at the beginning and at the end. So that way, if I cut up the beginning of it a couple of times, I can always say, well, all I need to do is align the ends of the two tracks together. Now they're perfectly in sync again. So if I have, let's just say, a sound clip that's this long and I have a video clip that's that long, I will, when I get them in sync, let's say like this, I will shrink the sound so that it matches. So that way, if I cut right through here and I have this much left, I know that if they've gotten out of sync, all I have to do is line up the two back ends, and it's going to work great. So there we go. Gerg says, funny when you end the stream earlier, you ended it 10 minutes exactly before my 3 p.m. meeting. Glad to help you out, Greg. Always, he told me I kept him entertained while he was working. Always so glad to please. Have been meaning to jump on and grab a couple of your 150 ohm dummy XLRs. Hope I sent it to the correct email and didn't miss out. American Liberty, I had 3 earlier today. I sold 1, and if you want 2, that should take all the rest of my stock. Let me look real quick and see if I have your email. American Liberty, right there. I'd love to buy 2. There they go. Cool. I got it right there. So I will, yeah, cool. I will handle that. I will get back to you as soon as the stream is done. I don't want to respond to it right now, but yeah, cool thing. So if you want to you can either send Venmo if you want and go to soundspeeds.us and click on contribute, which is on the right-hand side. There's details if you want to produce a video for SoundSpeeds like Baron did a couple of weeks ago. You have that option, or if you want to contribute through some sort of other means by doing a video, doing testing. It has stuff on Patreon. It has payments, donations, and that kind of stuff. If you want to send payment through that, just keep in mind, I'd prefer Venmo over PayPal because PayPal always, takes a chunk in profit. It takes a chunk in of the sale, and Venmo doesn't. So personal preference. If you don't have it, that's fine. Let's see here. Alrighty. Have been meaning to jump on the chance to grab. Oh, that's the same thing. Guess I'll have to rewatch the video. Use the Behringer CT100. Could be the tolerance of the resistor value for the dummy plug, which affects the same results that much. No, I don't think that's it. I think it is, Proto Man. I think it is just making sure that whatever, if you use the CT100 and you set it to negative 50 dB output level, you should give that input plus 50 dB of gain. If you do that, your level should be 0 dB. If it's clipping though, back it down and only give it 10 decibels of gain and then compensate for that in your measurements and when you're aligning them. But you should be able to get a pretty decent lineup. And then while you're already recording and you get that alignment, you measure it and you know exactly where the DBU and DVFS metering should align. While you're still recording, switch out the CT100 for your dummy XLR. So I just unplug that and then I'd plug in this little bad boy. As soon as you do that, crank up your gain all the way, know how much gain that is, and there you go. You should be able to know exactly what your EIN is after you do some calculations, and I go all into that. So yeah, cool. For the DD question, monitor. Work the mic. Gerg, I don't know what you're talking about there. Australian dollars value is kind of irrelevant to me here in New Zealand. I thought that you were on the same, aren't you? Isn't the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar the same? I'm probably offending you. I thought that it was the same dollar. I know the Canadian dollar and I know the American dollar, and I thought that the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar were the same. If not, by all means, educate me. I could be totally mistaken on that, and I'm sure I am, because Australia is the land where every single thing in the world wants to kill you, and New Zealand, the next island over, is the island where the most vicious predator in the entire country is probably, your Chihuahua, your pug or something, your little dog. Try the MK40 if you want a 416. Yes, but you need to come. You can, but I would say that the 40. One thing I didn't do very well in my video is explain that the 40 is designed for more overhead miking. So trying to even it out, doing it this way with the 416, it really needed to be done where you test them more from overhead, because that's how you would really want to use it. DPA is dang good looking microphone. I love them. Dang perfect asset. It is Danish Professional Audio, but I love it. Wasn't just joking, am quite serious about you asking Glenn for a Nova for review. There are 0 unbiased reviews of the Nova from non-owners. They're obviously very invested into it already. And I get that, but it takes me so long to do my reviews because I do so many crazy tests and stuff. And if I've never done anything on Zaxcom, I would need to jump in. I would do noise floor tests. I would have to figure out ways of testing things to make sure they're solid. I'd have to compare the range to other things, probably like A10, Audio Limited. I'd have to do something. Even when I did the Deity, I put it up against the G3 system. And then I put it up later against the G4 system. When I did the second Deity Connect video, I tested it against itself in the first results that I did and tested it to see how it would do. So it sounds me. Do you have a ribbon microphone? I have 4. They're just not great anymore. I mean, after my ribbon microphone video, the ribbon microphones I have. They're by no means great anymore. They weren't great to begin with, but after I killed them, those microphones have seen far better days. All right. Yeah. Oh, no, the fidelity in my ears gets duller. I figured out the Nova before I decided to go with the 833. I tried out the Nova before. Zaxcom has a bunch of new cool features, but the Nova is just too convoluted for a bag work, especially run and gun. Okay, that's fine. I mean, personally, I may not be understanding, that when I say that I would invest in the Nova. I personally am leaning that way now, but I don't plan on being a bag mixer, so it doesn't really matter. Drake Smith, what did you find convoluted? Okay, Ryan, hey, welcome there, post guy. I was taught to point an Omni Lav mic upside down downwards from the mouth to handle plosives, but I never liked how it sounded. Yep. There is a fidelity difference. Omnidirectional lavalier microphones, for example, they do lose a little bit of fidelity when you point them downwards, don't they? You're also going to be picking up the footsteps a little bit more prominently. They may be omnidirectional. That doesn't mean they are detailed all the way around. As I'm sure you know, Ryan, as a post guy, you can tell the difference between a microphone that is on axis and one that is off axis in your sleep. Can you give me some opinions on the DPA 4060? I've been using it against the MKH50 and phase aligning using AA post. It sounds all right compared to the COS 11D, but what's your favorite lav? Well, I mean, my favorite lav is the DPA 6060, but the 4060 is a solid mic. So here's the thing, though. The MKH50 is very low-end heavy. It's very bassy. It's got a lot of low-end that just... it picks up a lot more of that than many other microphones do. Some people like that, but part of the reason why is it's got a slightly thicker, slightly wider diameter. Wider diameter microphones pick up those lower frequencies better. And because it's got a diameter that's what, 20, I mean, the diameter of the microphone itself is 25 millimeters, but I think the diameter is what, 22, something like that. It's, I mean, maybe a little bit smaller than that. Actually, I think it is. I think the diameter of it's about 7/8 of an inch. So it's maybe around 20 millimeters. But still, compare that to the DPA right here, where it probably has a half-inch diameter, something like that. I mean, you're talking about a microphone that is more rich in low end. And when you compare that to a microphone that's sold for being flat and very detailed, precise, but non-colored, like a DPA 4060, then you're looking right there at a difference in the sound right there. You're talking about a lav microphone that's going to be flat, and you're talking about a boom microphone that is very, very low end, that has a lot of low end. It says sounds all right compared to the COS 11D, but COS 11D also is a very bright microphone. It has a boosted high. It has boosted highs. Now, if you're talking about the 4060, it's designed for you to not put underneath clothing. If you're talking about a microphone that will punch through clothing more, then go for the 71, the 4071, because it's slightly longer, but it's designed to be worn underneath clothing. A 4060 is not. A 4060 does not have a presence boost like the 4071 does. It adds, I think, a 2 or 3 dB presence boost to help it punch through clothes. And if you cover it over, you're going to be losing a little bit of that low end. If you put that under, not the low end, you're going to be losing a little bit of the high end. It's going to sound a little more muffled. But you need to have that presence boost to punch through clothing on a DPA if it's going to be hidden. Now, the reason why people like a COS 11D is because it is sibilant. It is a little bit of a brighter microphone, but you put it underneath clothing and it actually makes it sound more even. So it's brighter if you have it outside of clothing, but if you put it underneath clothing, it's going to even more outwards. You're still going to be a little bit on the bright side, but a lot of people like that because it gives an impression of more sibilance and more crisp dialogue. Like, for example, I'm going to play here for a second. I'm going to bring up the enhancer here on my DBX 286S, just in the high end. Hear how my low end frequencies are starting to go away? I'm going to try to compensate a little bit. This is the way I sound natural, okay? Very even on my voice. Now listen to it. I'm starting to add in some highs. You're hearing more hissing type sound out of me, but the detail is there. That detail is, you hear the crispness around my voice. This is an exaggerated thing of what the COS 11D does. It probably does it more along the lines of what you're hearing right now, as opposed to this, which is more natural, like a 4060 would be. That's the difference between a natural and more even type sound and one that is designed, like right now, it's back up, so that way you can hear the detail. Almost the way I'd explain presence is almost like having not a highlighter. It's kind of like drawing a thicker line around the words. So if you're just saying your words and they come out normal and you look at them on paper, if you want those words to stand out, let's just say that you're drawing block letters and it's white with a thin little, black outline around each word. If you were to have a microphone that picks up your voice like that, as soon as you start to bring up the sibilance and you start to bring up the presence, that kind of the analogy that I use is it's kind of like starting to add a thicker line around the words, because the difference is right now I sound even. I sound very natural. But if I want to give it an impression like right now, because I'm natural and even, if I start to give it a presence boost like right now, if I start to talk, you're hearing more, oh, that's because I'm doing the wrong thing. No wonder. Okay, I was like, why isn't this thing changing? And I looked down and I was messing with my gate. Okay, let me try this again. If I'm talking, I sound very even right now. As soon as I start bringing this up, now it changes the timbre of my voice a bit. Now I'm bringing up quite a bit. But as soon as I do this, you can hear kind of a more detailed line between my voice. Every one of my little bitty words that I'm saying is more detailed. You can hear them more easily. So if I start slurring my words just a little bit and I'm not even really speaking all that detailed anymore, it's still pulling out detail that's not really in my voice if I do this at a normal level. Hear that? I'm kind of almost muffling these right now. As soon as I start bringing up the presence, I'm not changing my voice at all. It's now being boosted a whole lot with the presence, like 10 dB. But you can hear that line around them very well, can't you? That's what presence will do. So a lot of the times people will like a brighter microphone because it kind of defines the words a little bit better. COS 11Ds are a bright microphone. They're a bright lav. They sound good. Don't get me wrong. They're not my favorite. I prefer natural, more flat sounds. Okay, that's me personally. And I'm not saying anything bad about the COS 11D. It is very much an industry standard for a reason. People love them. And people, you can always, once you record that detail, if you want to back it down a little bit in post, you can. If it's too much, you absolutely can. So, okay. Too much menu diving. It's also too customizable. That becomes over cumbersome when trying to think about solve problems on set. All right, let's talk about day and night difference between the quality of a DPA and the EV. Yeah. Isn't the frequency response graph logarithmic? Yes, it is. And the reason why is because sound is logarithmic. And you're talking about decibels, right? Every one of those little bitty lines that separates should technically be 6 dB apart. I think it's 6 dB. It may be 3. I think it's 6 because it's SPL based. I think it's every time you double the distance away, it drops 6 dB or adds 6 dB. So I think that's what it is. I think it is 60 dB. I'm starting to second guess myself here, but when you're talking about the chart itself and looking at that distance and the fall off and everything. It would be because, decibels are logarithmic. They're not linear. And the sound that comes out of them, it is logarithmic. The lower that's the reason why you have a volume that's negative 60 dB is here, negative 50 is here, negative 40 is here, negative 30 is here, negative 20 is here, negative 10 is here, and 0 is way up there. You're talking about, it's a big change. So the line would definitely travel up really quickly. So it is logarithmic. Ribbons get duller on the back side. We use to flip them backwards to make a guitar sound less bitey on the guitar cabinet. You're right. They are. That's the reason why I said that they're supposed to technically be. But, when you go off axis to it, when it's designed to go straight on, it's going to be a little bit off axis. I mean, it's still technically, you should be able to speak into the back. But you're right. Absolutely right. It is a little bit dull on the other side. That's one of the reasons why whenever you do stereo things like Blumline stereo or anything of that matter, and you do a stereo array, you always want the pristine side of it to face the same direction, and behind you would be the duller side. So there you go. There I go saying, there you go again. Have you ever noticed Nomad Max Diva have you ever used a Nomad Max Diva before? I wonder how much of it is convoluted menu diving and simply being usable for an alien system that you're not used to. Sound speed. Market will be Hobbiton. Sorry, sound speed, I had to. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. It's called double system setup when using one camera and one audio recorder. Yeah, it's a dual recording. Yeah, dual system recording. When using camera and one audio recorder, you can clap away, but when you use multiple cameras, the best workflow is to use aids like an ambient LTC. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He asked about my personal thing and what I do when I record. And whenever I record, if you're still in here, if not, Titus, I'll follow up with you tomorrow. But what I personally do whenever I record for sound speeds is I will record my audio separate than my picture, and then I will sync it with a clap. But absolutely, if you're talking about movies or television, you absolutely use timecode. Absolutely. No questions asked. I just saw you were on. Not to take you back to the weeds, but polar patterns vary by frequency. Some expensive mics will give you the pattern at several frequencies. Most don't anymore. Often 1K or whatever makes the microphone look best. Yeah, you're right. You're the best. Thank you so much, American Liberty. No, the Nova is the only Zaxcom mixer recorder I've tried. That's a good point. It might just be really foreign to me. It is a different creature. You have to learn it. It's a different menu setup and everything. Yeah, the Canadian dollar and the US dollar are the same, right? No. You're trolling, and not successfully. Although they are quite close. Australian dollars equals 108 New Zealand dollar, but they're totally independent of each other. Very good to know. I did not know that. So I guess the Canadian dollar is worth a little bit more than the New Zealand dollar. Alexa, what is 1 New Zealand dollar in Canadian dollars? 89 Canadian cents is 1 New Zealand dollar right now. So, Alexa, what is $1.08? Never mind. I'll just do this later. But anyway, so I know that wait a minute. I'm going to ask Alexa, what's 1 New Zealand dollar in American dollars? $1 New Zealand dollar is 67 US cents. So like I said, David, if you want to make me a nice deal, I might take one of those, the F8N or the F4 off of you, because it would probably be a pretty good deal for you, and it'd probably be a pretty good deal for me if we could work out shipping. So let's talk. Let's figure it out, because that would be kind of cool. It's good to know. I don't know if a New Zealand version would be different than the American version. Do you know? I don't know. Let's talk about this. I'll send you a message when this stream is over. I will send you a message through Facebook, and we could talk about it if you even want to go there. I don't know. You could say no. I'm just going to sell it here because I don't want to play with that game. I don't know. Jeez. Sorry, it just totally threw me off. And now I'm wondering, Alexa, what's 1 Australian dollar in United States dollars? Okay, so 72 US cents is the Australian dollar. So the New Zealand dollar is lower than the Canadian and the Australian dollar. Sorry, dude. Okay, Frozen, one of them. Not sure what the most deadly animal that we have in New Zealand. Probably the key. It's a large parrot. Yeah, it'll probably bite some skin off your finger. Yeah, I own a Zaxxon Max, and 110% understand why some people find Zaxxon to be totally twisted, upside down, bizarre. Okay, but but part of me thinks that it's just because I wasn't used to it. You know, the high frequency detail makes you sound more nasally. Yeah, that's correct. Because as soon as you start adding presence and stuff, it does sound that it does start to do that. And that's one of the things that they'll do is say you want to sound less nasal. I mean, that's the thing you use EQ for, is you correct things like lispiness, or you can correct things like nasaliness, or you can give more detail and add more warmth and all kinds of things. What do you want it to sound like? Sometimes when I stream on Discord a game or whatever, after 40 to 60 minutes, people usually watching get the static sound. Doesn't happen with onboard audio when using external USB DACs. Any ideas? Could you send me, Matthew, send me an email about that. If you have an example of a live stream you've done, and you could send me an example and let me hear it. Is it, I don't know, just from the sound of that, get the static sound. Because I would wonder if it's your microphone or if it is your whole entire stream. There's too many variables there. Yeah, I know Lord of the Rings was filmed in New Zealand. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. My 2 oldest daughters are named after Lord of the Rings characters. What's with the thumbnail? That was the way that I had the microphone set up earlier for the earlier stream, because I was doing a lot of PPE and talking about hats and that would cover up your face, and I didn't want them covering up a microphone. I mean, it blocked out the light and changed my light and put me in a shadow, but I wanted the microphone to be underneath. So when I was trying to think about a picture to use for the thumbnail, I just went ahead and said, let me go ahead and do this. Let me do this then, and we'll see what happens. So that's where that went. That was the reason I did that. Just looked through the Stedman Pro XL, and it's like, yeah, I'll just do that. Pro Screen XL. Okay. Great. Amazon TV's Lord of the Rings is being filmed right here in New Zealand again. Yep. That'd be a cool show to be on. Clap syncs make syncing audio and video so much easier. Yep, they do. And Ryan is definitely in post. He's very good at his job. I just purchased a CMC1 and an MK41 for FX recording. I hope to pair it with a compact MS setup. Yeah, was looking for a shotgun and can't decide between the 416 and the DPA 4017. Do you want that 4016 sound, or you want it dead flat and non-embellished? That's the difference. Zaxcom is definitely unique. 67C, that's painful. Our dollar has fallen so much in recent years. We used to be 65C-ish, and I messaged you already. Cool. That means if I see that you've retracted your message, I'll say, oh, well, you're changing your price on me. So we'll see what happens. I understand Zaxcom can only work in U.S. frequencies. Is that true? No. No. Zaxcom, what you might be confusing it with is the ability to record and transmit at the same time is a Zaxcom patent. And that's something that everyone from Lectrosonics to Deity, they can't transmit and record at the same time. That is a Zaxcom patented product there. You can't do that. Zaxcom can do that anywhere. They can do that in the United States, and they can do that internationally. So if you sound too anti-nasal, it's also a bad thing. Yeah. That's the thing, is I'm going to sound pretty nasal no matter what I do. I'm pretty nasally. I could probably hold my nose, and you probably wouldn't hear much of a difference in my voice. I mean, like, you can, because it's definitely nasally. You're probably not going to be able to tell a whole lot different, except on certain sounds. You definitely hear the difference on some sounds. But I'm going to sound more or less the same. If Mike DelGaudio held his nose, his deep voice would all of a sudden be nasally, and you could tell instantly because he's got a very deep, rich, bassy voice. Me and people like Bandrew, you probably wouldn't be able to tell as much because we have higher pitch, more nasally voices by nature. I boost my bass and highs to cut, drop in the mids a little in my Rode Procaster. Cool. All right. You have been having an issue. You may be having an issue with the driver in your audio interface. I had that happen a few times on the USB interface. Sometimes it happens when the CPU is pegging too hot. Yeah. Maybe. Cool. And then I see an O. So, cool beans. Right now we have caught up with chat. All it took was, 2 hours? And we caught up with chat. Awesome. I've been looking at a ZipFizz. It's green. It's green. I'm going to change, just to make it green, I'm going to change the coloring of this and throw off the complete white balance of this entire video so that this is green, so that way it's accurate. Mike DelGaudio. Yeah. Caught up for now. Don't laugh, because groups of New Zealand keys have destroyed tourist cars, and they're very inquisitive birds and pull apart your car while you're gone on a trip. Not even joking. Yep. Curiosity plus a large beak equals destruction. So are you colorblind? No. You didn't. Oh, there was a funny prank I pulled on Bandrew, actually. He's colorblind. So, and he said that quite a few times in his podcast, so I can say it. But what I did is I pulled a prank on him by creating, for his 200th episode of his Bandrew Says podcast, I made a graphic that colorblind people would see it as just a bunch of little dots. But people who are not colorblind could read that it says Bandrew is a geek, because he has Geeks Rising and stuff like that. And so I said, here, I'm sending you this. And he looked at it and he laughed. He said, I can't even see that. You're a jerk. And he's like, I can't read that. I don't know what it is. I said, put it on your show. He's like, I don't know what it says. I'm like, put it on your show. And finally, he was like, as long as you're not going to get me in trouble or something like that. I said, no, don't worry about that. So he put that on his show, and it was funny. People were like, yeah, it just says Bandrew's a geek. And it was funny. Okay. So yeah, you can remember that, X Hades. You probably saw that. Yeah, I really have been live streaming a lot, but notice I've only been live streaming today. I did a live stream, I think. When was the last time I did one? It was earlier. Was it last week? Friday, maybe? Friday night? Something like that. And I'll be honest with you. I have written the next script for my next video. I thought about recording it tonight, but then I didn't want to. But I'm feeling more social. I wanted to be a little bit more talkative. I wanted to just talk sound, and So I decided just spontaneously I wanted to do another live stream. So yes, you're right. I have been live streaming for about 6.5 hours today. I did a 4-hour and 20-minute live stream earlier, and I've been streaming now for 2 hours and about 10 minutes. So kind of good times. But yeah, I've been live streaming because I like the interaction. I like the engagement and talking to people and answering questions and just that kind of thing. I'm not currently working, even though I want to be. Who knows? There could be somebody that says, oh, Alan, you're available right now. I'd love to hire you for $5,000 an hour. I'll be like, make it 5,001 and I'll take you up on it. Wouldn't I love to be able to do that? That'd be amazing. If that happens, if someone ever hires me for $5,001 per hour, every single person in this chat, I'll buy you a MixPre. How's that? I'll do a live stream and I'll just suddenly announce like Oprah, everyone gets a MixPre. And because I mean, not for like a day. You don't just hire me for a day and then say, okay, well, now you owe everybody. You'd have to hire me for a show. But if you can get me $5,000 an hour with an 8-hour guarantee, sure, I'll buy everyone in a live stream of mine a MixPre. There you go. If you can do that, you know, negotiate that rate, by all means. Be the very least I could do. Okay, let's see. Do you foresee lives becoming obsolete due to COVID restrictions on set? Not at all. I like a good place live for consistency though, through a scene and coverage. Yeah, I don't. I know that there's a lot of people that are pushing for just booming it. The thing is, though, here's the thing. Productions are already paying a lot for all these COVID tests. They're paying a lot in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different manners, and for a lot of different things. As soon as you start adding in extra things, like you're not going to be laving people, okay, I need a second full-time boom operator then. Oh, wow. Okay, well, can you use your utility? Nope, utility still has utility tasks. I need another staff member, another full-time boom operator. It's not enough to say a sound utility is going to be another on-set boom operator. A sound utility does not work every setup. A sound utility may work every setup on certain days, but not necessarily. That would be large character counts and stuff. But a sound utility is not going to be the same as another boom operator. At that point, if you're not doing lives at all, you may need to bring in a utility as a third boom op. Because you can't just say, these people are on camera. I also want those other people that are off camera. I'm going to bring up the lav on them. You can't do that. Your utility is going to need to cover that. So production has got to find some budget and bring in another second boom operator who is actually a skilled boom operator that works hand in hand with the primary boom operator, and then you will have yourself a show. Because if they start dictating to us how they're planning on doing sound and what you can and can't do regarding cast members and stuff, then we can very easily start saying, okay, then fine, you need to use less wardrobe people. We can cover up. We can wear gloves. We can put on masks. We can cover over our heads with the things like what I demonstrated earlier from the face covers and stuff like that from the new Bumblebee product lines, the visor and the visor wide and the cap. You can do those. We can do this and make it legit and do this so that way you get the sound you deserve. Do you want to play games though? Because you can't just say sound department has restrictions and not restrict everyone else too. Granted, I know that craft services, for example, on a lot of the shows I've heard about, people are back now, and craft services has to have someone on the staff, and they have them behind the table, and you have kind of to stand back and say, yes, I would like a pack of the Welch's gummies. You got to give me a Zip Fizz, please. You got to give me another Zip Fizz, please. You got to give me a bottle of water, please, and give me one of those packs of M&Ms. Then you come back later, like an hour later or whatever else, and you say, okay, well, I already gave the Zip Fizz to my mixer and the utility, and so now I'm back for another Zip Fizz. And, you've already gotten stuff for your entire team. They might start looking at you and say, wait a second now. Didn't you just come here and get that stuff before? I've actually heard that some people who go to crafty tables now feel kind of awkward about asking for things. Because then they say, oh, I kind of feel like I'm a pig then. So they're like, yeah, I'll get something for the rest of my team, but I don't want to ask for too much, even if it means getting something for myself, because at that point I feel like I'm asking for the whole table. So if you go there and normally you would jump on maybe 3 pieces of pizza, and suddenly you're saying, yeah, can you hand me 3 pieces of pizza? Great, thank you. I just asked someone to get me 3 pieces of pizza, and they're thinking to themselves, geez, you're fat, or, whatever. I've heard that, like, catering is now totally different. I've not been on set yet, but catering, it used to be that they would cook stuff in front of you. Well, now you're cooking more to order, and then they'll plate up stuff for you and then give it to you. It's more like a diner or like a Piccadilly, I guess. I don't know. We'll see on set when I finally get there. Someone hire me. David, hire me on a show. Bring me down there to New Zealand. Hire me. Because I'm tired of sitting around here doing nothing. All right. Okay. Here's another good question. Has anyone heard news on the patent issues? I have not. I know one of them months ago, held up because Glenn was proud to announce it on the ZaxCon Facebook page. He said, I'm proud to announce that one of our patents held up in court. There's multiple patents, though. I don't know the status of any of them. Ugh. Jeez. My posture sucks. Okay. Interested in movies that win Oscars for sound? Any recommendations? I'll tell you, do I really want to get into this? I don't always agree with the shows that win the awards. I personally, maybe it's because I'm on set and I understand the challenges that sometimes shows face. I mean, yeah, this is kind of touchy. I don't want to make it sound like it's all politics and you have to, if you're on a popular show, you're going to be nominated. I don't want to make it sound like that, but there is a lot to that. Some of the toughest shows I've ever worked on that have had extreme challenges haven't gotten awards, haven't gotten nominations. And I've been on a team before that was very popular, got nominated, but it wasn't that difficult. It was another day at the office every day. I keep talking about P-Valley because it was a lot of fun. P-Valley is a show right now you can watch on Starz. You can get yourself a 7-day free trial and watch the first 7 episodes. That's a show about a strip club and the people that are at that in a strip club in Mississippi. The reason why I talk about that, because there was challenges every single day, because there was hard lights, there was smoke, there was a lot of wide shots. There were girls you can't put lav on because they're not wearing clothes. Even the guys were wearing difficult wardrobe. There was a lot of very difficult environments. You can't put, so we had to put some lavs up in hair when we could. We had to second boom a whole lot. There was a lot of things going on that was extremely difficult every single day that we had a lot of challenges for, on. And as far as I'm concerned, I got my track every single time because it was ironclad collaborations between the DP. I would say, I need this light shut off. Can you do anything to help me out? Or I need something. This light here is killing me here. Can you do anything to help me out? And they'd say, yeah, I can kill that one. I'd say, great. Thank you so much. But as soon as you do that, because we're in the middle of a club and there's 30 other lights in there, as soon as that one goes off, I'm like, oh, crap. Now I see 7 shadows from all of this strip over here. Can you do something to help me out there? And they're like, you're killing all my lights here, Alan. I'm like, sorry, dude. And so then I would say, if I could come in from this other angle, I could boom and that wouldn't be an issue. Why can't you do that? Because that light right there, I can kill that one. Yeah, I could keep those 7 on and I can kill that one for you. Cool. Sounds good. And they would do that. And then suddenly I could boom the shot. Or it would be one of those things where we'd have a wide shot and we'd have a tight shot that was going in for one a medium shot on a girl that was going to be delivering a line. And I would say, you're doing a wide shot at the same time of coverage. I need that line. So could I break the frame for that one line and then bail from your wide shot? And they would say, yes. Great. I would not have any kind of issues with negotiating that with the director. I would then inform the camera operators and the DP. I'd say, just to give you a heads up, I talked to our director and I'm going to be breaking the frame for that one line and then bailing. Okay, thank you. That way they'll keep them from yelling, boom, we see the boom in the middle of it when I'm trying to get that line. You have to coordinate. That's what I talked about in the 3BO series. And so I had challenges like that every single day, trying to get a boom over someone, negotiating around lights and stuff like that. I loved every bit of that show. Not every bit of it. There were a couple of times that I was like, gonna kill somebody, it felt like. But there was a lot of challenges on the show, but I got great results every single day. So I talk very highly about that show because, first of all, the cast was wonderful. The crew was wonderful. It was a team effort. The writing is really good. It was a lot of fun. Everything about that show was wonderful. I mean, it was a lot of fun. If you watch if you go online and you watch P-Valley on Starz, you'll see what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, if someone reminds me at the end of the stream, we could, I would say we could do like a watch together if you wanted to start up a free trial or something like that. We'll talk about it in Discord or something like that. We could all watch it together, and we could jump in Discord and talk about it while we watch together if you want. It's up to y'all, but I'll probably be streaming for another hour and 20 minutes. That way I can say I've streamed 8 hours today. That'd be fun. So in about an hour and 20 minutes, if you're still awake at 2:30 a.m. Eastern time, then I'd say let's talk about P-Valley. Maybe watch an episode together because it's a funny show. It's a lot of fun, a lot of challenges. Okay, let's move on. I mean, I never really did answer the question. I walked all the way around it. Movies that win Oscars, sometimes it's just because they've won a lot of other Academy Awards. Maybe it's because it has popularity. Maybe it's because it really was challenging. But a lot of the time, the times that I've seen, sometimes it's just it's a lot of the times it's because the tracks were very clean and Post was able to do very creative things with it. But personally, to me, the more challenging shows that I've been on that haven't necessarily been the most popular shows, I think those should have been nominated. Or I've worked on shows before, like I thought Baby Driver deserved the Academy Award, personally. Baby Driver, Mary Ellis and her team, which was James Peterson as a boom operator. You see Thomas Doolittle, you see John Mascu, you see the team that she had together for that movie. Every single day, they were coordinating to the beat of music. They had to rehearse the entire movie and make sure that when doors were opened and closed, it was right on the beat of a song. And they had to coordinate so that way that the playback would instantly drop at the exact time someone said a line and then come right back up, or it would drop to a thumper. There was, in the opening scene, when the dude's walking all over the place, the boom operator, James, is actually dressed and he's standing on the street. And because he was not able to boom the beginning of it. But as soon as James is off camera, he had a boom hidden behind him. So as soon as the camera passes him and he's off frame, he quickly grabs his boom, runs over there, and jumps behind him. There were certain times that he had to bail because of reflections or because the camera was doing certain things. He had to coordinate for his second boom operator to pick someone up as they entered a room, because the camera will follow straight in and see an environment and hear people talking and stuff. And then he leaves and the camera follows again, or the camera backs up and pulls him through. You have to be very, very precise with your movements as a boom operator. It's a very big challenge. I think that Mary should have gotten that because every single day they had somebody from Post coordinating the music and verifying that their audio tracks were working with the music and in Post. That was something that had not been done before to that way, and they had challenges every single day in addition to the regular challenges of being on set. So I thought that because of their what they did, they should have gotten it. I understand who won the Academy Award that year, and I understand why they won it. And yes, they did face a lot of challenges too. But personally, I think because of the groundbreaking, brand new world that we were in with regards to Baby Driver, personally, I would have given it to that direction. I would have given it to the coordination between playback and acquisition of audio and post, because I thought it was brilliantly done. And from a sound perspective, I really felt like it deserved a lot of recognition for that. All right. So now I think I've answered that question. Let me move on. Last week we did a Discord call also. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a Discord call tonight, but decided to stream again. Have you worked on non-union set? Yes, I have, but it's been a long time. There's a lot that can be said for non-union work. A lot of the times it's lower budget, it's a lot of lower pay stuff, but when you do that kind of stuff, the people that you work with are maybe not quite as experienced, but you usually have a lot of fun and people will listen to you a lot more. Like I've done a lot of instructing of people that I've seen a brand new grip, or I've seen a brand new electrician that will, no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, ask someone else. And they'll, because I've seen some people do some pretty goofy things. I'm like, no, don't do that. Ask your boss. And they'll say, no, don't do that. Don't plug into that, or something like that. And I'll be like, because I'm not going to be able to tell somebody what to do. I've sometimes said, if you do that, you're going to kill me here. Can you maybe undersling that? What do you mean by undersling? Let me show you. And I've had to kind of talk to some people about things. And sometimes I've had department heads that say, dude, if he's new, if you want to talk to him, if you want to help him out, go for it. I know you know what you're doing. I'm like, cool, thanks. So let's see. It has to be a mixed pre 10 or no deal. Give me a mixed pre when that happens. At $5,000, $5,001 an hour, they'd hire you for a minute to do the work of a week in that minute. Yeah, probably so. But you know what? If it's a union show, I'd get a guarantee of 8 hours. So if I was hired for 1 minute and then they said, okay, that's a wrap, Alan, go home, I'd say, okay, I'll fill out my card and get $40,000 for that. And $40,000 would buy all 25 of you a mixed pre without a problem. And still, and it would be a nice heck of a write-off for me, and it'd make everybody happy. I'd be Oprah. Okay, Alan has COVID, Borden. I bet he would prefer to be working on a set than streaming. Dude, I enjoy being with you guys, trust me. Otherwise, I wouldn't stream as much as I do. But I tell you, I miss being on set. I miss it. I remember the last day being on set and how we were all talking about what's going to happen in the shutdown. How long do we think things were going to be shut down? We were joking about certain aspects of it. And you started to see people wearing masks out of fear. There's a lot of information out about COVID, and a lot of people scared about things. We didn't know a lot of information. I know that I had a show that fed into another show that fed into another show, and I was supposed to be working the rest of the year through early next year. Every bit of it canceled. The one TV show that I was supposed to be doing for about 7 months is now delayed. That's the one that I'm supposed to go back to. And they're going to be getting things in order, and hopefully we'll be shooting in October. We'll see. I really hope I'm shooting again in October. But then here's the thing. A lot of shows might look at that and say, we're just going to be, let's just go ahead and write off all of 2020, because, they could say, if we're going to start a production office up just to shoot for a month or two, then wrap, there's not really a point in that. Maybe movies and stuff, but maybe not a TV show, or maybe start a TV show and work over the holidays. I mean, it just really depends on what productions want to do. A lot of the times at the end of the year, you will wrap up on shows. The production offices close, and they close in the calendar year, and it works out great. Most of the time, that's the way it is. So there's usually a downtime at the beginning of the year because productions have to basically get themselves back into order. They'll say, okay, what ideas do we want to pitch? Now let's open up production offices, and we're going to start shooting in early March or late February. All right. Can your EMC cables be as good as a D1 box regarding levels? Half good, but quick question. Yeah, why not? I mean, a cable is a cable, and if you use premium stuff, there's really nothing better. A DI box is basically used for changing things over, and they'll sometimes have components in that so that way you don't lose a signal. Sometimes they'll change a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I think my cables are as good, if not better, than any DI box, but it doesn't have as much versatility. I mean, you can't go from low impedance to high impedance, or that would be what is that? What is that called? That is a DI box, isn't it? Maybe I'm trying to remember the name that I'm direct box, not a DI. DI, direct. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it should be fine. Have you ever tested or worked with Clippy microphones? EM172 capsule like the LOM Uzi Pro? No. Sorry, Sonic missed. No. There we go. I fixed it. Your YouTube didn't even think about going off 720p. Yeah. Fun fact, I have the 50 hertz hum in my Rode wireless link connected to a Mix Pre 6 with a Fed head. Made small link between 5 volt AC and a TRS, and the noise is gone. Yeah. Cool. One Rode link, 5 volt is really small for AC. On Roadlink Wireless can be powered by 5-volt AC. I guess so. I don't use it. I've never used one. I've heard them. I've heard tests with them and stuff, but I've never used one. I have a Roadlink. I've only used AA batteries with it though. Feature film I mentioned last live stream got canceled, so that won't happen this year. Sorry, man. Looks like it can be USB powered. I'm going to go and buy a cheap XLR cable in about half an hour. Anything I should be aware of other than EMI wonky connectors. How cheap of an XLR? Black Row. 8-lec row. I ordered a decent cable, but shipping had to be delayed for 5 months. Where are you located? If you're in America, how much are you planning on spending? Because recently I was selling 10-foot XLR cables for $50, made my way. And to date, I have heard 0 complaints. I've never run into an issue with my cables built this way, and no one has complained. And I've sent them to 2 YouTubers. One of them I made 10 cables for. The other one I made 1 for. And then I sent out a whole bunch of them about a few weeks ago. And I've heard 0 issues. So, I got the Roadlink years ago when it first got released, and I do not recommend it. I've heard that a couple of people. Low strikes, low budget shoots. You got a good deal. Why not? Ryan, okay. Fantastic. Happy with the noise floor. I had my nightmares with a Roadlink. 3 times Rode replaced the Lav, twice TXRX. Had enough. Yeah, sorry. Cuisine's decent. I have used it for weddings, corporate events, and it's definitely the best bang for the buck, but I couldn't find that I could find in the price range of $300. RodeGo has a line of sight issue. Yeah, that's probably because it's 2.4 gigahertz, right? 2.4 gigahertz can't punch through walls like a lot of others can. Like UHF can. I switched to a higher end system now. The Roadlink is fabulous for outdoors, indoors, pretty noise quiet. Since you're mentioning P-Valley, is it usually only one boom operator, or rather one sound unit in a show like that? Yeah, it depends. I mean, we dealt with the way a lot of shows work is if it's an 8-day show, for example, they'll have the principal unit do the first 7 days, and then on the 8th day, a kind of cleanup unit, a second unit that will come in and sometimes splinter off a few of the key roles from the principal unit. That way that you still have consistency regarding lighting or with regards to certain things. And then you'll have a second entire crew finish up that episode in 1 day while the primary principal unit starts the next episode. So that way, instead of being 8 days and then 8 days by the principal unit crew, and over the course of 3 weeks, you lose 1 day because that would be 16 days. That would be 2 episodes done in 3 weeks and 1 day. Instead of that, you have 7 days and 7 days, and you would actually, in 1 day shy of 3 weeks, finish 2 episodes. So that's the difference. And so you can actually get a little bit ahead every single week as opposed to a little bit behind every single week. And that's the way it usually works. Now on P-Valley and shows like Stranger Things, what they usually will end up doing is they'll block out a certain number of episodes. They'll say these 2 episodes are, like on Stranger Things season 2, episodes 1 and 2, episodes 3 and 4, like the Duffer Brothers did episodes 1 and 2. I think Sean Levy did. No. Andrew Stanton, the guy that produces and directs a lot of Pixar movies, he did episodes 3 and 4. Then I think Sean Levy did 5 and 6. I forgot the girl, the lady director they brought in for episode 7. And then 8 and 9 was done by the Duffer Brothers again. And that's a block system where they'll take a couple of episodes and they'll block them out. And that way, the advantage to that would be if you're shooting, for example, in certain locations for 2 episodes, you could shoot with that same director in the same location for 2 episodes, and then you're out of there and you don't have to go back next episode. That's one advantage. You could shoot there for a couple of days, do all your scenes there, and you're out of it. The other way to do it, like what we did on P-Valley, is instead of, or like for example, in Stranger Things, it was like a block would be like 28 days, and they'd say 28 days for the first 2 episodes, and then for the next 2 episodes, it was going to be like 29 days, and then the next 2 episodes, it was going to be 32 days or whatever. And by the time they got to episodes 8 and 9, it was a lot more than that. P-Valley, on the other hand, they were stars. They spent a little bit longer than the whole 8-day schedule, and I think we did 11-day episodes for the most part. I think some of them were done in 12. One episode went more than that because there was a lot of issues and they had to reshoot sequences, and they reshot stuff because they changed the script or they changed certain aspects of it. But if you do more days per episode, you're allowed to slow down, take your time, and make a better, more polished, finished product with more angles and that kind of thing. And that's kind of like what we did on P-Valley. And because of that, I was able to bring in Rachel, who I did a live stream with a couple of weeks ago, and she and I would tackle, the heavier booming sequences. Now, we also had in the budget the ability to hire a second, another sound crew member who would come in there and boom with me constantly. So sometimes I would come out there and all three of us would be booming, but most of the time it was just us two. But it was dedicated that way. Rachel could concentrate on lavs and doing stuff, like putting down carpets and stuff. But usually, to answer your question, with regards to P-Valley, it was one boom operator, and then I would bring in Rachel to help with other stuff, with assisting me with booming whenever we needed it. Second boom op. I really want to watch Force of Nature. The story takes place in Puerto Rico during Category 5 hurricane. Had to deal with a wind machine, water flying everywhere, water frying. Challenging. Force of Nature. Isn't that on Netflix, Ryan? I think I saw that on Netflix. And I need, and if you're recommending it, then I'll watch it. Baby Driver was technical masterpiece, just like 1917, in my opinion. Yeah. Wait, you have a Discord, Larko? Yes, I do. And on Larko, it's listed in my videos, and it's listed in all of my videos down below at the bottom of my Discord. I've in the past not been in there a whole lot, as you know. I'm in Discord. Usually I'm in Bandrews because he has a really good community built up there. But in the past couple of weeks, my Discord seems to have woken up. We've got a few people in there that are talkative and ask questions and engaging. And one of them is Gerg, who's in here. He's in there quite a bit. And there's a few other people that we'll talk to. But I find myself actually leaving my own Discord open now, which is kind of cool. It's gotten to the point now where people are actually in there and talking and that kind of thing. So I'll probably start jumping in voice chat more now as I can. I mean, if I get back on the show again, I won't be able to as often, but as of right now, I'll probably do that more. So, Larko, I didn't even know you're in here. James Brown, The Hurt Locker was a wonderful film and the wonderful set and challenges they overcame. And all you have a mixed pre and you wake up and, thanks. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. And you all have a mixed pre, kind of the whole Oprah thing. And you have a mixed pre and you have a mixed pre. That's only going to happen if you hire me for $5,001 per hour with an 8-hour standard union guarantee. I will get everybody in a live stream a mixed pre, and I'm not going to tell you which live stream I'll do it in either. I'll choose one and I'll just blindly do it. Thanks, Ryan. Haven't seen that one either. Greetings from Colombia. Welcome, Dash. I'm not in the United States, and $50 is way too much for me. My cost is $25. I live in I'm going to butcher this. I'm so sorry. I live in Mauritius, and I'm just starting out. Okay. Are you good at soldering then? 8 Lek Row, are you good at soldering? Because if so, I'd say ground tie your pin 1 to your casing on your female connector, and hopefully that will help a lot with interference. Watch my video. Let me find it. Watch my video on, where is it? It's in YouTube. I just linked it earlier today in the stream earlier today. It was, what did I call it? No, I'm in the wrong thing. First of all, I need to go into my YouTube channel. Now let's do a search for, there we go. Okay. So if you watch this video then, how do you pronounce your name? Eight Let Grow? Let Road? I'm probably mispronouncing it and butchering it. I'm sorry. But definitely check that out. So 2.4 gigahertz. I heard that sound speeds, yeah. Where do you shop for audio parts, cable fixings, electronic components? I go to MarkerTech. There are some times I will go to other places, but usually it's MarkerTech because they have they have everything in stock just about. They're very good on customer service. They're also an employee-owned company. So they care about good quality. When I did my last order, actually I did when I did my first order for cables, they accidentally did not send me one of the, I ordered like 6 or some odd number of the EMC connectors, and they sent me 5 of them, and they sent me one digital XLR cable, which is a connector, which is not what I ordered. So I called them up and I told them they had to have the part number that was sent to me and the part number that I should have received instead. And they went ahead and sent it to me ASAP, and they were very apologetic. I said, no, you don't have to do that now. I'm going to be placing an order this weekend. Just include it with that. And they said, nope, we're going to go ahead and send it out now. I'm like, okay, that's fine. They're very good on customer service. So, I mean, I really like them. Cannot speak high enough about them. I've used them for years, decades even. Hey, I was wondering how good are the Sound Devices original USB pre's? I found one for $75, but I was wondering if it's still a good piece of gear to get. I'll tell you this, honestly, I've never used one. I have not heard anything bad about them. Usually people badmouth certain pieces of audio gear, but if it has Sound Devices name on it, I would trust it. I would say it's good. $75? If you decide not to buy it, shoot me a link on that. I may pick it up. Geez, that sounds like a good deal to me. I may look at that and see what they go for. Canary Stock Quad saved me at an event I did in Milano, Italy, and it took place in the parking lot and had a power grid for the subway station lights. You could plug in the headphones in the grass in here. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, geez. That is awesome, though. Could you imagine plugging in headphones into the grass? I mean, no, obviously Ryan did it and was like, oh, this is terrible. But that is so funny. That is hilarious. Why would some cruise shows, countries be back shooting now while others keep canceling, postponing, claiming COVID concerns because it's accurate? Here's the thing. Some countries are more union-based. Some are not. Some are back right now working. We have a lot of people working in Atlanta right now, mainly doing reality TV shows, indies, shows that do not have big parent companies. If you have a big parent company like Paramount or Warner Brothers or Sony or something like that, they have to have certain standards in place to make sure that all of their assets are correctly returning to work safely. You do not want to have crew members, they have a long history of doing things the right way. And wanting to take care of crew and wanting to make sure certain things are done certain ways. You do not want to have all of your shows come back and all of them not be COVID compliant and have union crews that are used to being very organized in certain ways and to have no game plan because you'll start to lose a lot of faith. The crews will start to lose a lot of faith in you. You cannot do that. You have to have a plan. You have to be very organized. And a lot of the times there's been delays in the process in coming back to work in many ways. Now, there's a lot of shows. You can do indies and stuff like that. I put the word out to some people and say, hey, if you get an indie or something like that coming up, by all means, let me know. Now, one of the biggest issues I've run into right now is TV shows and movie people exploiting crew, saying, well, if you want to get back to work, I can only afford to pay this amount. So if you want to come to work, this is all I can afford. And people are so desperate to go back to work, they'll say, yeah, sure, I'll take it. That to me is unacceptable because I understand people needing to work. Believe me, I understand that. I need to work. I mean, it's been forever and a day. I miss making a paycheck. I miss working hard and seeing a show. And that reminds me, I need to look and see what Devil All the Time is a show that I did last year, and it keeps pushing. The Devil All the Time. When is that being released? Wikipedia. There's the film. Let me see. Release date September 16th in the United States. I didn't know that. September 16th. Oh, it's February, so it's almost August. So, okay, well, that's a feature that I worked on. I can't wait to see that movie. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's got a great cast. Listen to this: Tom Holland, Sebastian Stan, Robert Pattinson, Bill Skarsgård, Mia Wasikowska. I don't know how to pronounce that. Eliza Scantlin, Jason Clarke, Riley Keough, Haley Bennett. I don't know those names as much. Riley, who is that? Who is it? Elvis Presley's granddaughter, I think. Yeah, eldest grandchild of Elvis Presley. And she was a gem. We had Bill Skarsgård, who played the clown in the new It, a gem of a man, such a nice guy. He learned my name. He would greet me. He would just go casually and just say, "How are you doing today?" I'm like, "I'm doing great. How are you?" He's like, "I'm great. Good to see you today." I'm like, "Thank you so much." Very nice guy. Sebastian Stan, he's the Winter Soldier. He was a guy that from the very beginning, he was given some dentures. And he was like, I don't like these. I'm not sure about these dentures at all. I don't know about these. And I was standing on set because he had them in his mouth, and he was like, he looked right at me and he said, he said, does this change the way I sound? I said, absolutely. And he knew instantly he needed an honest answer. A lot of people would say that was not your responsibility. You stay out of that. But I knew very well that when he was asking me what my opinion was, he was concerned about sound. So it was a sound related question, because he was like, yeah, this is changing my voice. You're just giving me I don't like this. And so he's like, I don't know about this. This is going to throw my performance off. I don't know about this. He looks at me and says, does this change the way that I sound? I'm like, yes, absolutely. He's like, yeah, I can't do this. I can't do this at all. He took him out and was like, no. But yeah, that's going to be a fun movie. And it's going to be, it was a fun show to do. It's creepy in parts, and that to me is going to be like Bird Box. I think it's going to be a sleeper. I think if it was just released, it was a Netflix movie. If it were released on video, I think it'd be like Bird Box. If it's going to be released in theaters, we'll see if people are going to theaters in September. I hope they are. If not, we'll have to watch it on video on demand. But I tell you, here's the thing. I mean, if you're talking about like some countries, it's the shows that are back at work, they're not big company shows. A lot of the big companies still, their money comes out of LA. If you're talking about other countries sponsoring it, then yeah, it's not going to be a big, huge production out of the United States. It could still be big in your country. But the thing you got to keep in mind is that a lot of the money still comes out of LA, and they're going to still drive things a certain way. Productions are coming back to countries like the UK, and they're going back they're going to Canada, and they're going to the New Zealand, and they're going to different countries. But the United States is still where a lot of these shows are grounded from. The bigger shows are going to be, held up a little bit while they figure out COVID compliancy stuff. This is the another bottle of water. Sorry, I'm guzzling all this stuff down on stream. You get to see my shirt though. This is a good Southern shirt. This here, you should see my other shotgun. And down below, yeah, it has a shotgun cross with a shotgun microphone. And it's a good Southern shirt here. So you got to love it. Okay. Let's see. Where do we go? Also, Alan, you are the only person who has forced me to look through credits. It was to double check Stranger Things. Ah. Gotcha. Yeah, my name's in the credits of episodes 1 through 7. On episodes 8 and 9, I did not finish those episodes. I was there for the first 3 weeks of them, and then I was already committed on Walking Dead, and the show kept going on longer and longer. So I left to start Walking Dead season 8. So, yeah. I'm not in the credits for episodes 8 and 9 for that reason, but I'm in the credits on season 2 for episodes 1 through 7, so 201 through 207. Not all shows put the boom operator in the credits. Netflix does. So I was in the credits for him. I'm in the credits for P-Valley because it stars. You got to keep in mind, if it's a TV show that's going to be on a network, that when it airs, it's going to be on like AMC. Walking Dead won't air all the crew. or all the people that they would want to. They'll list department heads, and they'll have like a floating screen. And that one floating screen will list all the department members that are underneath department heads rotating. So usually, like, I would have my name in the credits on Walking Dead maybe twice a year, twice out of the 16 episodes. Usually it was around like episode 6 or 7, and then it was again in like, 12 to 14 or something. But, not all shows do that. And and *Halt and Catch Fire* was the same way. I was in, I think, twice in the season. But it just depends on the show and the network. AMC put us in on that revolving screen. Stars and streaming content like Cobra Kai, they put the primary boom operator in, which is my friend Matt. He was in there. I think they might have even listed Tiffany, who was the utility. So it just depends on the show and the network. If it's streaming, they're more likely to put boom operators in and non-department heads. In movies, they definitely put everybody in there. On most TV shows, if it's going on a network and it's not streaming, then chances are they're not going to put a boom operator in unless it was specifically negotiated. Don't worry about my name. It's not a real name. Okay. LOL, found it at a pawn shop. Oh, the USB pre? Ooh. If you found the USB pre sound devices, they don't know what they have. If it's $75 at a pawn shop, I would say you probably jump on it. I mean, to go there, obviously, and test it, make sure it works before you leave. But let's say definitely check into that. And then SoundSpeed below maybe contradicting me and saying something else. Watch out. You can't use the original sound devices USB pre with newer computers. Oh, really? Think Windows XP is the newest you can work with mixed USB pre with. Really? Look at the USB pre 2 instead. Really? I did not know that. Now, I do have a Windows XP computer right up there. I could use it. All right. Oh, by the way, our country has been COVID-free for 3 months as of now. It's pretty cool being able to go anywhere. Yes, I imagine so. Right here in America, we're still in the world of masks. So we're still masking it up. Good to know. Thanks, SoundSpeed. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So the ones shooting right now are just people that need the cash, over concerned for help. Wow. If they contract, just your opinion, would they have the grounds to sue, or would there be a way for a form? That's a good question. Now, that's not the general rule. I'm not just saying that people that are working right now are undercutting people. I'm not saying that at all, because I know a lot of people that are working and getting their full rates, but I see a lot of producers trying to take advantage of people that need to get out there and work, and they're trying to get a lower rate out of people. I do know that's happening a lot. I do know some people that are saying, nope, not going to do it. And they come back and they say, well, we still want you, so here's your full rate. That is not as common now. I do know shows, though, that are requiring crew members to sign off and say that they are not that they are not going to blame production if they happen to get COVID-19. I do know that's happened at least once or twice. It's part of, it's not a non-disclosure. It's some sort of a rider. It's some sort of a thing that they make you sign if you want to be on the show. And they say you must agree not to sue us if you get it. The funny thing is, there's been a lot of people talking about it here in the country. There are some governors and some mayors and everybody that seems to have different ideas. And there's a general thought that if you, and there's, I forgot where it is here in America, but there is a thought and people that push the idea that if you get COVID-19 at all, it is going to be from work. And it should be considered that you got it from work, because they consider it that you're not going to get it from a grocery store. You're not going to get it from ordering food. You're not going to get it from a Home Depot. You're not going to get it from most places. But if you're at work, you're going to be working with your team. You're going to be working in close quarters with people. Therefore, that's going to be where you get it. There are some people pushing that, and that's probably pretty accurate. So the fact that some shows are coming back and saying you got to sign this what is the word I'm looking for? Liability. It reduces or eliminates liability off the company. What is it? What is the word I'm looking for? I don't know. But anyway, that would be what it is. So the one shooting now, okay, so there is some of that going. Got offered yesterday to shoot for $100 a day. Yes, New Zealand dollars, not United States dollars. Holy crap, no way on earth $100 a day is acceptable. Nope, not at all. Not for you, David. You're worth a hell of a lot more than that. All right. If you're working during pandemic, you're putting yourself at risk. You should be compensated extra. Yes, but people are making you sign off on that. And they're making you say, well, you want to work. You're gonna have to say, well, you accept the liability. We don't know if you have previous existing conditions or not. I mean, you could be lying about things. You could, all we'll take the agreement in testing you and stuff to make sure that your work environment is safe, but it's on you if you get sick. Because if you're sick, you should stay home. I've heard that being an attitude that I've heard, people say, if you're sick, stay home. There's talks right now. I don't know if it's going to happen as a thing, but there's talks right now about some shows doing the unprecedented thing of offering sick pay to crew members. There are sometimes crew members that have gotten sick on shows and they've been told, why did you come in today if you were sick? Well, because I wanted the 8-hour guarantee. And so they came in and they worked for 15 minutes. They're told, I'm sick. So, okay, go home. Now we're a man down until somebody comes in after, an hour or two, however long it takes them to find someone to get him in there. That's not a good thing. That looks that's very bad for you to do something like that. It's highly, highly looked down upon. But there are people that do it because they're so hurting for money. If they can get on a show and they're like, well, I need the money right now. So I went ahead and did that. The thing is, though, I know one guy that did that. As soon as he put himself in that situation, the department head was like, he's gone. If he's going to do that number when he's got a full-time show because he wants to get 8 hours of pay, he's not a team player. Don't want him. So he lost his job over that. And that's a very valid reason. I mean, especially in a right-to-work state. You can't just decide that you're going to just to come in when you're sick just so you can get the money. That's not a valid reason. That is very unacceptable. But people right now, during the pandemic, they're saying, you got to sign off on this, it says you're not going to sue the company if you want to work. And I think that's unacceptable. Isn't Stranger Things moving beyond Atlanta? To a certain degree. I do know that they shot in Lithuania. You're right. They did shoot for, I think, a month in Lithuania before they moved to Georgia. I do not know about Albuquerque, but I do know that it did shoot in Lithuania for about a month before it moved here. And then it was shut down due to COVID. So, I mean, if you watch season 3, you know where it ended up, and you know who it would be that would be in Russia. So it kind of tells you who's alive, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know anything. I'm at least suspecting, especially considering after the credits what you seem to imply, and based on the cast who is listed on the IMDb and what episodes they're affiliated with. There you go. Okay, I wouldn't sign a waiver personally. I would hold anyone responsible if I know who gave it to me. Yeah, there's things that I will there's advantages and disadvantages about doing digital paperwork. Start paperwork, for example. When I did P-Valley, you filled out all your paperwork online. You filled out your name, your address, and phone number. You filled out rate information and stuff, and it basically went like this, all the different pages and all the different everything. You just had to go through and click and say, yep, that's right. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. And everything was put in the right place. And then it said, you're done. There's a disadvantage to that, though. You cannot scratch out things you do not like. Like, for example, I did a show a few years ago. I'm not going to name it, but I did a show a few years ago. And on the form that they make you sign, if you are on a kit rental, so if I'm a boom operator on a show, I will get a kit for my kit rental because I bring in a lot of gear. And if I'm going to be using my gear, I want to be paid for it. The shows, though, they will, if they pay you a kit rental, they say, well, that's us paying for a rental of your gear. You're going to replace it if it gets broken. No, I'm not. I am not going to pick up that cost if it is stolen or if it breaks on the show, not due to something that I did. If I broke my own gear, if I did something and I broke my own gear, that's one thing. I'll suck that up and blame myself. If a piece is legitly wear and tear and it breaks it on itself and it is legit wear and tear, fine. But I've been on shows before where someone has broken something and then I've had production try to not pay for it. And I've said, no. This was not broken by me. Everybody saw it. You saw it. Everyone saw it. You're going to have to replace this. And I've straight up told them, you know, that's just, it was, you're not paying me a kit rental, so you're going to replace this. And the way I made sure of that was I put my gear, since they didn't pay me a kit rental, I put my gear on the sound mixer's on his sound package, which is covered by company insurance. So I said, look, you're going to pay for it anyway, because my gear was on their equipment sheet that you approved. Now, if they pay you a kit rental, they give you a form that says, for us to pay you, you're accepting all liability, that we are paying you a certain amount per day. Well, I look at that and I say, nope. And I scratch through that line, because the way I look at that is I have known people that have had their entire trailer stolen. I know 3 mixers that have had their trailers stolen. All of their gear disappears from that, including all the boom operators' gear as well, which is not covered by the sound mixer's insurance. So if that is the case, and the show's equipment is stolen for the sound mixer, they're going to have to do an insurance claim that replaces all that gear anyway. I'm not going to allow them to say, you had $8,000 worth of gear there, it's on you. It's on you. You're going to have to replace that because you signed off on the form. I'm not playing that game. Nope. If I'm on a show and production and the trailer gets stolen, not through any fault of my own, if there's a cart that is, if a trailer is driven and somebody slams into the side of it, they're going to do an insurance claim. I'm not going to have the responsibility of paying for that gear myself and having the production say, nope. Or even worse yet, they have my form that turned in that said I had $8,000 worth of gear. The sound mixer turns in one that says there was $250,000 worth of gear on there. They look at that and say there's a total of $258,000 worth of gear on that trailer. They do an insurance claim. They replace the sound mixer stuff and profit my money. And I'm out that. That doesn't work for me. So when I have gotten start paperwork, I will leave that one blank. And I go up to the production office and say, I need to get a paper form for the kit rental. And they'll say, okay, well, you can do that in the digital. No, I can't. And I will scratch out that line. And I had most of the time it goes right through and flies under the radar and they don't look at it. When there's digital paperwork, I had somebody who looked at the digital paperwork and said, hold on a second now. You can't just scratch out a line. I'm like, oh yeah, I can. If I don't agree with it, I'm scratching it out. And they're like, but in order to get a kit rental, that's part of the agreement. I'm like, no, here's the reason why. I'll sign something that says if I break my own gear or if it's actually due to wear and tear. But if you're telling me that a good piece of gear is stolen in a trailer that is stolen, or if the trailer burns down, if it's on the stage and there's a fire, if there's a ceiling collapse and it's no fault of my own gear gets destroyed, I said, I'm not paying for that. That's going to be an insurance claim on your company. And you would then end up having to replace all that stuff anyway. It'd be an insurance claim. So I want my equipment included in that. It's not unreasonable. And I'll say, now, if you want me to sign off on something that says if I break something on my own, or if a legit wear and tear thing happens from a piece of gear that's just at the end of its life, and you can get a second opinion, I will sign that. I will gladly do that, but I'm not going to sign this form that says I'm responsible for any and all damage, including destruction and lost equipment. I'm not going to do that. And then I've never had anybody come back at me about that one. They'll say, okay, fine, I'll go ahead and submit it, but if it's kicked back, we'll have to talk again. I'm like, that's fine. And then I never see them again. So there you go. All right. I liked The Old Guard on Netflix. Didn't work on it. Cool. Yeah, not even pre-COVID would you sign off on your own safety. Yeah, I agree with that. Being paid sick pay. What a crazy thought. Yeah, I know, right? But that's something that shows that there are shows starting to look at, because it means that crew members would not be coming to work if they know they're sick. I'll tell you a story real quick. I have a pretty solid immune system, and part of it is because of things like ZipFizz, which, no, I'm still not endorsed by them or anything. I just love this stuff. But I was on Black Lightning season 3 this time last year. And yeah, it was about this time last year, I had some sort of a weird bug where I would be fine, and then all of a sudden on set, I'd be like, oh crap, my stomach would like tense up and I'm running for the restroom. And I got, I think it might have been related to a flu shot that I had, because I can't really trust flu shots. You don't really technically need them. And they always say you're not going to get sick from the flu shot because it's all dead cells and there's nothing live there and that kind of thing. But then why do so many people get sick after they have a flu shot? It's because chances are, and I'm just being conspiracy theorist mode right now, chances are, at least in my opinion, they're putting something else in that. It's not just flu stuff. I think there's probably some other vaccine, something that they put in that I'm having a reaction to and that other people might too. It might not be them trying to sabotage people, but who knows? It might be at the same time. I don't want to believe that they would want to sabotage Americans by putting something in a flu shot, but I think that some people have a reaction to it. My stomach cramped up and I instantly started sweating. I ran to the restroom. I left set. I basically said, I need the utility to cover me, and I ran. And as soon as I was in the bathroom, I was sweating like crazy. My heart was pumping like a mother. I got out of the bathroom. I instantly found the medic, and he took my temperature, and I was fine before, but I was at like 103.9 or something. No, not 103.9, 103.1. And it was extremely high. And he's like, "You, sir, need to go home." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You're sweating like crazy." He took my blood pressure, and my blood pressure was like rising like crazy. And I normally have very even blood pressure, and my heart rate's normally very grounded too. My wife actually bought one of those little things that clips on your finger, and my oxygen level will be right around 95. But my pulse at rest when I'm just sitting down there chilling out, she's like, "You're dead." I'm like, "I'm not dead. I'm alive." And she's like, "It's not registering on the thing." Come to find out, it actually has a minimum of 65. No, 60. And so if I'm just sitting there at rest and just relaxing, just, about to doze off or something like that, I wasn't registering. My pulse had slowed down that much. So as soon as I'm like, no, I'm alive. Here, test this. She's like, "All right, it's 64 right now." I'm like, 64? That's very, very low. She's like, "Yeah, so I'll get up and I'll move around and I'll get on the exercise thing or whatever. And it goes back up to its normal, which is about 80. And it's really funny because my heart was racing like crazy when I left the medic, and he said, "You need to leave." Well, the production, they brought in another boom operator, and I called in later that afternoon, and I was laying over there. I was sick as a dog. I mean, I was like laying there, and just I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up and I'd be sweating, and I'm like, "What's going on here? I was like, this is terrible. I just feel like complete crap." So I texted the mixer and I said, "Have whoever's covering me come in again tomorrow." And he said, "Okay." And after that, and then like halfway through the next day, I was like awake. It had passed whatever that bug was. My stomach got off and on upset for the next until December. Like I'd be on set and all of a sudden I'd feel it start to tense up, but it wasn't like that. Like okay, this is it. Your like organs are being squished. It was like here your stomach is tensing up, and I'm like, oh. Okay, all right. After this take, and then I would do another take, and I'd say, "Yeah, let me get the utility in here," and he would already be standing by, and then I'd run to the restroom, and then I'd be fine again. Whatever the bug was that I got, I think it was related to a flu shot. I don't know for certain, but I had a flu shot, and after that, I started. I never get a flu shot. I've gotten a flu shot like twice in my adult years. And after both times, I ended up having some sort of a weird stomach thing. So I don't know if it's a filler or something that they add to it. I don't know what the deal is, but I'm not going to have another one of them. They also, on Black Lightning, my sound mixer offered a B12 shot. I'm not going to do that one again either, because naturally, I'm naturally. I mean, I had one of those on Walking Dead, and I was fine. We always laughed whenever they would offer them on a show. We'd say, if they're going to be offering us a show, it means they're going to be throwing a lot of hard nights at us and long days. They're going to be abusing us. And we would joke about that and say, okay, fine, I might as well get the B12 shot. On Walking Dead, I did not have an issue. So maybe it wasn't that on, actually, it probably wasn't the B12 shot now that I think about that. It was administered by the medic who I completely trust, and it was fine. And I did not have an issue with the one on Walking Dead 2, so it probably wasn't the B12, it was probably the flu. But that's just me. My thoughts, me speaking out loud yet again, because that's what I do so often in the live streams. Okay, so let's go through this thing. Yeah, so Sick pay is something that because of COVID they're very concerned about, and they may start paying full-time crew to be replaced on sick days. They may start doing that. It's something that they're at least thinking about. My company is a fire on site if no masks are not on outside of individual offices. It's a fire on site if no masks are on outside of individual offices. Ooh. Well, don't you work in government? So that might be something that they're doing. They're very, very strict. I do know of some companies that are very strict about their COVID policies. I know masks are on outside for individual. I know masks are on outside of individual offices. Thanks for not spoiling the show. I do intend to watch it. Yeah. I mean, by all means. Like I said, they're great shows. Do you think you'll part of season 4, or do you think the schedule's already taken up? Now, here's what I'll tell you. I'm supposed to be on season 4. My sound mixer talked to the UPM and assistant UPM about 2 weeks ago, and that's when we learned what the schedule was going to be for Warner Brothers. And so they have no reason not to bring me back. I killed it. The show sounded better in season 3 than it sounded in season 1 and 2, and my mixer said that's because of you being there. I push for certain things. I deal with other things, and I'm constantly the cast and crew love me, and we work well together. And even when there's issues, I don't wimp out when it comes down to fighting for certain things. At the same time, I will fight for things when it's going to be critical, and I'll drop plants in when necessary. I'll bring in a second boom when it's necessary, and not last second, and that kind of thing. So I mean, there's a lot of people that are very interested in what I'm doing on set. And so the UPM and assistant UPM are glad to have us back. The sound mixer and his team have done the first 3 seasons. And so she's wanting to have people back, and they seem to be happy with me and my results. So I don't know why they wouldn't bring me back. And my schedule is definitely not already taken up. Do you indeed have a lot of boom op gear? You do indeed have a lot of boom op gear. Your video was eye-opening. How on earth are you going to ship all of that to New Zealand? Need to hire you out your own cargo ship container. That's fine, David, if you're going to do that. I will gladly take a shipping container. No, what I will do what I would end up doing if I had to travel is I would put everything into probably like one suitcase, and I would put everything, all my booms, into one carrying case, the ones that I would be using for the show. And that way I would combine everything in, I would ship everything, and that way I would still have the majority of the gear I have. Obviously, I don't have the scooter anymore. I sold that one, mainly because I wasn't using it on set anymore. However, I have picked out that if I want to use another scooter, I've already picked out the scooter I would get. It's about $1,000. It's nice. It's nice. But regardless, if you were to hire me to go to New Zealand, believe me, I know how I would do it, and it would work out great. And we'd have sound speed and sound speeds working together on a show, and it would be a lot of sound talking, probably a lot of videos, and it would be so much fun. And your girlfriend would hate the fact that I was there because I would occupy all of your time. I would say, we're done on set. Let's go shoot something. And you're like, but Alan, it's the middle of the night. I'm like, I know, it's great, isn't it? That's the reason why I'm here. And it's 2 a.m. and I'm still excited. And I haven't had my Zip Fizz. And I have streamed almost 8 hours today. And I'm still excited and still happy about sound. And you can see that I'm bouncing around still. My legs are bouncing around. They've been bouncing probably this entire stream. So if you notice my shoulders move around and stuff, they'll bounce like that every now and then. Okay. If you get a chance, it's a good movie in my honest opinion. Okay, great. I rarely get a flu shot. I'm not going to be getting one again. We should all email Zip Fizz, all 23 of us, to lobby Zip Fizz to sponsor Alan. You know, I would not hesitate for a second. I would not hesitate for 1 second. I am certainly always up for more Zip Fizz, and I think I'm about... How many... I probably have about 15 of those left, maybe 20 in the box. I replaced the box that I had a couple of weeks ago, and I do have that Zip Fizz now. Now, we'll say this also. When you buy a box of Zip Fizz right now, a box of the 30, they're giving you one additional flavor to try. On the last one, I think it was a black cherry. This one, it's a blue raspberry. So I have a blue raspberry that I could have at some point. I'm going to save it for a special occasion, and I will have the blue raspberry. I might do a blue raspberry when I do one of the classes. I might do that and make myself nice and hyper and ultra sharp and alert. That would be fun. And I still have this Zip Fizz here in my hand because part of me wants to take it because I have not taken one today. And I'm very much about the vitamins. I mean, listen to this. Vitamin C, 500 milligrams. Vitamin E, 7.5 milligrams, which is 50% of daily values. Thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B6, foliate. What is that? B12. There's your B12. Holy crap. I never realized it had that much B12. No wonder I'll take a Zip Fizz and be laying in bed for the next 15 hours. Just staring there at the screen or staring at my phone watching a video. Oh, I did not realize it has that much B12. Wow. Okay, here's a question for you. Don't cheat and look it up. Tell me right here, Zip Fizz, how much B12 do you think it has in there? Well, the percentage of daily value, let's say. So like if you want a full daily value of like vitamin E, that would be 15 milligrams. Okay. How much do you think this little thing of Zip Fizz has in it in B12? Tell me in your percent. Gerg says 15% or 600%. Okay. It's higher. It's higher than 600%. So go up. Go up because this is hilarious. You know what I should do? I should take a picture of this in case you don't believe me. I will take a picture of this and I'll put it on my Twitter. I will do that as soon as I'm done. As soon as I'm done, we guess. Okay, all of your answers are wrong. They're very low. Even Andrew with his 2,000 is very low. 2,000% is very low. Oh, come on, take the picture. There we go. 6,000%, 10,000%, still low. I tell you, Zip Fizz is amazing. I'm going to take this picture. I'm going to put it up on social media. Oh, this is going to be awesome. All right. I'm saving it right now. Andrew, I will tell you this, 100,000% is close. And I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. 100,000% is very close. And I will put this on Twitter. Oh, man, yes. And okay. I don't know if you're a member of my Twitter or not, but if you are, I just posted it. So for those that are not, I will get the link right now and I'll post it in chat so you can see it yourself. It is quite truly amazing. Here we go. Here it is in the, you gotta love that. Yeah, dude, that's just, it's hilarious. So you ever wanted to know why it is that Zip Fizz, whenever I I take the Zip Fizz, I'm wide awake for hours and just staring at a screen. But I tell you what, it's just it's so good, and it's great for vitamins. You're and basically ingesting B12. It's amazing. Okay. All right, time for your tin foil hat to your boom up kit for the RF protection from 5G. Yeah, well, a tin foil hat, it could actually make it worse. Who knows? Could cook you. Could cook your brain. Could have been a reaction to the preservatives. I work in, maybe it was a reaction. I work in IT for Educational Institute College. Okay. If no mask or outside the individual office's force of nature doesn't have the best story, I just wanted you to hear my DX edit. Oh, okay. I'm looking for a second boom pole. I have a K-Tech 152 CCR. What do you recommend? I'm open to a new brand. What do you like, Andrew? Here's the question. If you're familiar with K-Tech, and you like the K-Tech feel, and you like the rigidity, and you like the way they feel, you like the number of knuckles, you like how the knuckles feel, you like how the pole slides, you like how everything is on your hand, then I would say get another K-Tech. If you want a little bit more rigidity, go for a PSC. If you're planning on only either external wrapping a boom, or you're planning on using some sort of a digital wireless transmitter on the end of your boom, and you don't want to, and you want to have a big knuckle that you can grab the entire thing with your hand, and you want to have a protective covering on a bigger segment and stuff like that, go to a Panamic. If you want to have thinner sections, less of them, you don't care about wraps and stuff like that, you want to have it self-cleaning and stuff like that, go Ambient. If you want to have it where it has more sections and collapses down to a thinner segment, thinner little bits, you don't mind the pole being shinier. You want to have little things like sections where you can pull it out and say, I'm going to go to green here. Six inches later, it's red. 6 inches later, it's blue. And you have little lines that you can say, I'm going to extend this out 3 segments and up to blue. And that's going to give me an idea of what I need to be at. Go VDB. Each boom has different, advantages and disadvantages. It depends completely on you and your preferences. Your hands, for example, are they more dry? Are they more oily? Do you like to wear gloves when you boom? Do you not like to? All of these things matter. Every single one of these things matters when you pick out a boom. And you got to be aware of every one of those things to get something that works well for you. So, all right. So if you want to give me some more information, I would honestly say that if you're familiar with K-Tech, consider a K-Tech unless you can get your hands on some other brands to try. I don't know where you're located, but if you're near one of the main brands, you're like if you're in Germany where Ambient's located, if you're in the UK where Panamic is, then, or if you're in, well, I would say Loon, but they're, it's pretty much dead after Don Wetzel died a couple of years ago. If you're in America, go for K-Tech or PSC. You can find, you can go and probably, customer service is also huge at K-Tech. You could break a segment, send it, and say, oh no, I broke a segment. How much is it going to cost to repair? I'll send you another one. I've seen that happen many times to people that are loyal to K-Tech. They'll help you out with that kind of thing. You can send it in for a regular maintenance, look over and tweak back to factory specs for like $125 or whatever it is now. And they will replace entire segments, and they will replace all the parts and stuff, and basically send you back a brand new boom pole. And you could do that when the pole is practically falling apart. And they're great about that. It's sometimes more difficult for you to get that kind of service from international companies, not because they don't want to, but because international shipping is a killer. And so, like for example, Ambient and Panamic, they have to use as a middleman Reading Audio up in New Hampshire, and so they will use Reading, and Reading will keep a stock of certain things and then send to all the different sound vendors in America. And then if you have something to send to Reading, Reading will ship everything back to Ambient in a big box every now and then. But it can take a while to get repaired unless you can do it in America someplace. But if you're completely open to a new, you said you like the PSC boom, we've tried. You're in America. Have you used the new K-Tech line of it at all? Yes, I have. The new K-Tech one, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a huge fan of K-Tech booms at all. And the new one it exaggerated some of the things I don't like about it. The sections, the knuckles feel better, but they still don't feel great to me. I don't like the thickness of the pole at all. I don't like how it slides in and out. I mean, it's still a great pole. A lot of people that I know that swear and love K-Tech and love and swear by K-Tech, they love them. I'm just not the new classic pole is just not something that I'm into. And I've tried it. I took it out. I extended it a couple of sections. I waved around. I wasn't pleased with it. I mean, that's just not something that I'm into. So, yeah, not a fan of K-Tech. I'm an ambient guy. My girlfriend just a minute ago told me off for not finishing off some cart construction I'd promised to do today, but I'm taking over our living room with it, and she wants it back. Yeah, you know what's funny? Instead, I've been watching YouTube. Yeah, I'm right there with you, dude. I will spend so much time on YouTube watching stuff, technical stuff, just, wasting time. And that's one of the things that if I'm not streaming, then chances are I'm going to be blowing my time on YouTube. And I'll look, and then I'll be sitting there with my eyes. I will not have blinked for a long time. So I'll be sitting there just staring at the screen, and I'm like, my contacts are drying out. What time is it? Oh, it's 3:18. Geez, I need to go to bed. Maybe after this video. All of a sudden I look down. Oh, geez, it's 5:12. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm going to go to bed now, and then I'll log out. And that's the way I work. So, yeah. And it's funny that you say that, because whenever I do maintenance on my ambient booms, I will take my Pledge furniture polish with orange oil. I'll take my 409. I'll take all my different boom poles. I'll take all of my different segments. I'll take everything, and I'll put it downstairs, and I'll start doing all my maintenance. And one of the things I will do is part of my procedure is I put Pledge on the segments, and I extend them out there, and I extend it, and then I take the pole and stand it vertically in our front entrance. So that way it's, the poles are tall and they'll stand up next to our front door. My wife hates coming down the stairs and seeing it. They're like, how long are the boom poles going to stay there, Alan? I'm like, they got to stay there for 24 hours. She's like, why? And I'm like, because I want them to. It's great for the finish, and then I'll remove quite a bit of it, and it's still going to retain a bunch of the slickness, but it's going to not be completely, integrated in there. I like the way it feels when it's in there for 24 hours. She's like, does it have to be where it is? Can you collapse it? No, I can't, because it needs to stay open for it to soak in. It doesn't work if you close it. No, because then it's going to all run off onto the Velcro. How much longer is on it? Another 12 hours. And I'll be like, okay. How often are you going to do this, though? Not often. I get the same kind of thing, though. My wife gets irritated at me, too, because I'll do things. I pulled out my jumbo boom pole, my 36-foot ambient QP 6200. And it went all the way from the stairs at the bottom. We have two stairwells. It went into the back stairwell, all the way from that through the entire kitchen, through the entire living room to the far corner. And that's a huge distance. And even then I had to go up a few stairs in order for it to fit that entire area. And I sat it over there while I did some maintenance on there. And she did not like that at all. The fact that it was extended all the way from the stairwell through the entire kitchen, through the entire living room. She's like, that cannot stay. You can't do that. I'm like, no, I understand this can't stay. But I was doing some maintenance on it. It was pretty hilarious. So, but yeah, wives and girlfriends, they like to not have their house taken over. To be clear, I was talking about Stranger Things season 4 regarding the question. It sounded like you were talking about a different show that's season 4. Oh, no. What was your question then, Larko? Let me go back up and look at it. I will not be part of season 4. No. Nope, that's Mikey Rail. He's the boom operator, or he's the sound mixer who did season 3 as well. His boom operator, Dan from Carolinas, they've been a team together for 2 decades. Nope, they're going to do it, and they use Jenny. Jenny is their utility, and she's wonderful. So no, I'm not going to be part of that at all. I'm going to be on a different show. Okay, and then there's all the percentages. Sounds like you were sounds like making your pee turn green. No, it doesn't actually. It's great. So you're basically okay. So now I'm almost. Thanks for the stream. I'm gonna watch the replay later. Peace chat. Okay. Thanks for coming in, James Brown. And then VidWorks, you were a little bit behind. 825. All right. So I'm liking the PSC boom I've tried in America. Yeah, I've not tried. Okay, I already answered that. What would Alan do? WAAD, wine cellar, 4-second decay, mostly around 100 to 120 hertz. Camera frame will work with you. What mic you use for acoustic handling? For handlings, and what acoustic handlings would you do? A 4-second decay. Wow. That's a lot. Okay. What I would probably do, if I was able to do whatever I wanted to, I would put carpets underneath the actors. I would around them on as many sides as I could get them if they were willing to. First of all, I would put the equivalent of bass traps in the corners of the ceiling. Big, thick type things. What I've also done is I've wrapped up Fernie pads in, or pieces of muslin even, if I didn't have enough, but if I had scraps of Fernie pad or if I have acoustic foam or something like that, I'll throw that in the corners because a lot of sound gets trapped in the corners. So I would do that. If I can't do that, I would block that up. So I would basically put, if I'm doing it quick, like film style, I would put furniture pads probably doubled over, and I would make, and I would hang those on C-stands that the grips would probably loan me on the two sides. And then what I would do is I would try to fatten up and change. So if you said it's a wine cellar, I would see about doing an extra added layer of Fernie pads probably behind it a little bit. It's not going to take out a lot of the low end, but it's at least going to tame a lot of that right there just by the time it goes through. And also, I would try to encourage the director to have the scene not be loud, spoken loud. I would try to get them to speak quieter because that's going to mean it doesn't reflect nearly as much. So I would try to see if they could speak lower, and I would try to tame the reflections with a lot of Fernie pads, acoustic foam, and bass traps. That's probably what I would do. What's the best part about the ambient booms? Geez, feels great in the hand. I like the fact that there's less segments. They're longer segments, but they're less of them. So you don't have to worry about it, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. Now I can hold this over my head. It's more like, okay, 1, 2, 3, and now we're ready. And that's full stick. That's 18 feet. I like the fact that the segments are smaller, so I can actually hold a little small thing like this and have control. I don't like big fat logs and holding on to that. Some people like it better for holding on to. I like the fact that even if it gets rained on and you collapse it and you tighten it and you forget to loosen up again, it's not going to seize it. A lot of booms the collars will seize. Now, it'll be harder to undo, absolutely, but they're not going to seize and like basically solidify and lock shut. You normally, whenever you collapse it, if you collapse it after rain, if you don't dry it off or something like that, for whatever reason, you just loosen the segments and you try to extend it if you can and then dry it off and then let it go the rest of the way. But if you can't do that because of space limitations or something like that, collapse the thing all the way, wiping it off as you collapse it. And if it's a little bit moist or something like that, there's that word that a lot of people hate. Just do not tighten the segments. And chances are it's going to be just fine. They also self-clean themselves to a certain degree because there's proprietary Velcro that's on the inside of each segment. So as you stretch it out and you collapse it again, it's going to self-clean itself of things like dirt, particles, and stuff like that. Every now and then you'll replace the Velcro and it gets tighter again, and it takes a while for it to loosen up so that Velcro becomes more collapsed. But it's a great thing. Ambient is they're very, very rigid. They are, so they when you snap it, they go exactly where you want it to. They don't do this number. If the ambient pole moves, it's because you moved it there. It's not because it was bouncing or something like that. Therefore, it doesn't bounce as much like other brands of booms. As you back up, if you're not steady and you do this number, they will stay. They won't necessarily bounce like this because the weight of the boom will hold it, and the pole will bounce around it, so the microphone will stay relatively still. I want to have control. If I snap it someplace, I want it to snap in position, then snap back in position. I want to be able to control it exactly where I want it to go, when I want it to go there. And in doing that, ambient poles do better than any other brand to my experience. They're solid as a rock. There's, I have 9 different booms from Ambient, and they're each one of them is different. I have backups of my primaries. I have shorties. I have the longest boom in the world, the 36-footer. I have an extra thing, an articulated segment. I have an internal coiled cable, the QXS 5130, and I have and I have a QS with the outer extension over it, so it makes it 23 feet. And I love them. They're great. I love them, every bit about them. So they're just wonderful in my opinion. Okay. So Ryan, tell me what your thoughts were about and my grade there on what would Alan do. Our place is so small that I can kind of do the same with my biggest. That I can kind of do the same with my biggest pole, which is only 5 meters long. But it can reach from the entranceway almost all the way to the other side of our place. Yeah. Andrew, so that wasn't a test? Oh, wait a second. Ryan. Okay. I see. Asking about the ambience. That's the things from Andrew. Drake, Alan, what would be the best part to stay informed about the classes you proposed? I'll probably announce it on soundspeeds.us. I'll also probably do a video and mention it. I'll probably also do another live stream, and I'll probably call it something like, class announcement and stuff. But I'll make sure it'll probably be in a video that I do or on a post I do on the community tab. I'm not going to just suddenly say, oh, what is today's date? It's the 29th. Today's a Wednesday. I'm going to do this class on Friday. It's not going to be like that. I would end up probably scheduling it for sometime middle of next month. That way you have a couple of weeks to see it. You have a couple of weeks to clear about 3 hours or something like that. And it would also give me a chance to see what people were interested in. And then I would see, based on the popularity of that one, if people would want me to do another class like 2 weeks later. And I could maybe do a couple of classes like that. These are classes that are usually taught to union sound professionals, but I would be willing to definitely extend that out to everyone else, because I can't teach classes at the union right now. If I taught them online, it would lose a lot of the people that know what the classes are when they're in person. They would expect the hands-on stuff, and you can't do that online. But what I can do is I can make it into an online class, and also because the union actually pays me directly, I would not be able to. I don't charge people in the class. It's a union benefit you have whenever I teach a union class. So they wouldn't want to probably pay for something like that. But I would be extending a union class to people that are non-union and who would want that information at a pro level. So that's the reason why I would be doing that. Okay, great. I'll send you the before after voice recording I had to restore for the wine cellar. It was crazy. Oh, yes, indeed. Please do. Alan, do you take out segments for full range for safety? Safe keeps some parts inside, and if the wait a minute. Alan, do you taking out segments for full range or for safety? Safety keeps some part inside. Oh. And the transmitter's on the end of the boom pole. Okay, I know what you're saying. I'm sorry, I was trying to understand. That's a great question. I always, when I first get a new ambient boom pole, is they will usually have the Velcro on the inside about this far apart. Usually, if you have a segment that comes out, the end of the pole, the knuckle holds it this way, and the carbon fiber comes through, or the graphite, depends on what you have, or aluminum. it would hold on to a certain amount of that pole. What you're asking about is how much of that are you going to leave inside the pole? Because if you extend it out too much, it can't hold that knuckle. That metal isn't going to be able to hold that carbon fiber very well, and it's going to snap. So yes, what I usually end up doing when I first get a new ambient pole is I will change the Velcro from the standard about 4 inches. I will change it to about 6. And once it's about that long, I will usually run the pole out all the way. So that way it stays about a good 6 inches on the inside. Even then, if I can, I will pull it out and then I'll back it off a couple inches. So that way I don't mind if it stays in about that much, good 8 inches. I don't mind that. So, but that's one of the advantages I have of ambient. Now, if I use a different brand, a PSC, a K-Tech, I will take it all the way out and then I'll back it down pretty much. If I take it all the way out, I basically will bring it back in at least 6 inches because, I want to make sure that the segments do not break. So that's a great question. If I have a transmitter on the end of it, it basically doesn't really matter a whole lot. I did do that video where I talked about the weight of a boom pole and how much a transmitter weighs on the end of it. If you have not seen that video, I will talk about, I just got through doing this video. Where is it? How much do boom operators weigh? There you go. So I'll link this video down there if you have not seen it. It is a very good thing. It talks about how only a couple of ounces on the end of the boom pole can make it feel like it weighs a couple of pounds, if not more. And so that's a great video to watch. But to answer your question, how much will I actually do? I will do it based on more the microphone that I use or the Zeppelin array than the actual transmitter itself. The transmitter itself won't really add a whole lot of extra weight to the end of it. Even if it's a pound, the pole can absorb that. So if I'm using like a 4017B inside or an MKH50, very lightweight stuff, I'll run it all the way to the end of my ambient poles. And I don't care one way or another if I'm wireless boom or not, because whether it has a cable internally wrapped, internally coiled, internally straight cabled, or externally wrapped, that cable is going to weigh about as much of a transmitter. Watch my video and you'll see about that. But what I always end up doing is run it on the inside. If it's a light setup like this and just has a windscreen on or something like that, I'll run it all the way out. If I put it in a Zeppelin with a dead cat and stuff, the more stuff I have on there, the more junk and weight it is, I will start to bring the pole in a little bit more so that way I don't damage it. Trial and error, man. But I will not run it all the way out if I have a Zeppelin on the end of it. Not at all. And if I have a dead cat on there, I'll run it out even less. I'm going to try to keep a bunch of that in there. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Out of curiosity, what are common situations that require sound people to choose lav mic over booms? Reverberation is one. So, boom microphones and stuff, a lot of times, they'll also be chosen for noise in a practical location. Booms will pick up everything. They will also pick up reflections of sound all over the place. But a regular lav mic that's on your chest like this has a great pickup area like this. But sorry, that was the wife texting me. But it's, but if it picks up great right through this area, it's going to fall off more. So a lot of the times mixers will choose to bring up a lav if either the microphone can't get really close and get it to close and match the size of the shot. So if we have a wide and a tight and the closest the boom can be is maybe 4 feet overhead, they might bring up a lav in order to make sure that it sounds like it's close for the tight shot. They don't mind if it sounds like a lav for the wide shot too, because we're going to go in for coverage and they'd rather it sound like a lav if you can't get them to shut it down and do those separately. If there's too much ambient noise, what they'll do is they'll put a lav on people in order to, and they'll use a lav and play that because it doesn't pick up as much ambient noise. Kind of like the difference between a dynamic and a condenser microphone in a noisy environment. Same kind of thing, same kind of principle. And then, of course, the full range microphones will pick up every single sound around you. So it will not pick up nearly as much on a lav too. So there's your answer right there. Those are usually the big circumstances when mixers would choose to use a lav over a boom. Either the boom is too far off access, there's too much ambient noise, or there's too much reflections. Alrighty. What is your favorite wireless transmitter for the boom mic? Usually the A10. I love the A10. It's light. It's got a great form factor. I love the way it feels. I love the way it balances. It doesn't weigh the microphone over too much to a side. Awesome. Thanks. Do you think you'll do a class about the business side of sound? Would be something that you would be willing to do? Probably not. I mean, I haven't done that class yet because there's other people that teach that one. Usually they bring in lawyers and they bring in CPAs and stuff like that to talk about that, because that would be something that might change based on the country that you're in. Laws in one state might not be the same laws in another state. If you're talking about creating an S corp versus an LLC versus an incorporation, I don't know anything about that. I only know about an LLC. And I mean, I can talk to you about insurance. I can talk to you about different aspects like that. But if you're in another country, I couldn't really do that. So I think I would probably stick more to topics that would appeal to more people and I have more experience about. I'm not going to just teach nonsense that I've learned about but never fully done and experienced. I don't feel confident about talking about things that are not my expertise. It would totally come across as nonsense, and you'd be like, oh, geez, I'm being ripped off. Yeah, this is the second. Got accepted a sweet deal on eBay for a SoundBag dashboard 633B V2. We'll need to re-drill the holes to make it match the 833, but the 833 dash doesn't exist. Okay, well, cool. Let me just text the wife back real quick and say, no problem. Sure, I'll just say sure thing. I know she's not watching the stream. It would be really funny if she popped into the stream in order to write something in the comments and say, hey, you need to do this. That'd be funny. She has popped in on my streams before. And as a matter of fact, her best friend has popped in and silently watched the stream. And then I later hear that, from my wife, I didn't know you were talking about that. Or why did you talk about that? I'm like, how'd you know about that? And then I found out. But yeah, good times. All right. Think this will be my stopgap measure instead of the Sound Devices SL2 dual super slot wireless module because the wireless landscape is in flux. Will match the WYSICOM. Let's make and see. Okay. Drake Smith, 110% wish that we saw more of the business side of the industry. Matt Price, Sound Rolling, used to touch on this now and again, which is good, but he no longer does uploads. What do you mean business aspect of it? I mean, Deity did a video about rates and stuff like that and got torn apart by the community in one of the online forums saying, you don't talk about rates. That's not what I charge. And I use, in my market, it's higher price, or in my market, I could never ask for that. And there's a lot of people that were like, that is not my pricing scheme. I don't like you putting that information out there because it doesn't match mine. And he finally ended up saying, okay, touchy topic. And he conceded and took the video down. You're sounding great on my earbuds. Love your work. Cheers from Sydney. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thanks for coming in. How do you EQ Lav Trap to match the boom, generally speaking? Ryan, you're here. Actually, Ryan is a very skilled post guy. Ryan could tell you, give you a great information about that. What I would say, usually that a lav would sound very close and you want it to match more of a boom, you say. Booms are, first of all, lav's more compressed. So I don't know if you'll be able to uncompress that as much. But usually a boom has more, it sounds more open. So actually, you know what? I should almost let this go to Ryan. I should let this go to Ryan. Ryan, if you're still around here, do you want to take that one? I mean, I know that iZotope RX has a great match feature that it can match tone for tone and help for that kind of thing. But traditionally, there are a few things that you can do to make a lav sound more like a boom. One of those is boost the lower frequencies just a little bit, because lavs usually don't have the same bass pickup that a close microphone would. You could also then boost a little bit of the higher frequencies to get a little bit more sibilance in there, unless you want to cut it because you're using one that's overly sibilant. You can you might also need to, depending on what it is, you might need to add a roll off below certain frequencies to make sure that you if you happen to have any of that chest, but chances are you won't. You're gonna have to boost that up anyway. But I'd love to hear what Ryan has to say about this, just because he's an actual post guy and he does this all the time. But like this microphone here, if I were to put a lav on there, The compression is one of the things that always you hear. Compression isn't something you can really fix. You can boost the bass. Oh, I thought that was him. But anyway, boost the bass a little bit, and then maybe, depending on how it's placed, there's something called chin shadow, where if the lav is right here on my chest and my chin is sticking out over that, so if the lav is here on my chest and my chin is over here, then there's a direct line of sight from the microphone to my mouth is not happening. So what that does is that blocks off a little bit of the high frequencies. So you may need to boost the lower end so that because it doesn't pick up the lower frequencies as much, and then you might need to boost up usually around 6 to 8K, the same thing that a lot of lavs do in order to compensate for that. And aside from that, if you can overcome the compression, then that would be a great tool to do also. But I know RX does that very effectively. There are lots of non-legal accounting stuff that you can use to discuss that are universal truths of working with sound industry which could be discussed. And you know what? It might be something kind of cool to interview Matt Price. I could pull Matt in for an interview. He might talk about it. That'd be kind of fun. He interviewed me, 5 years ago, something like that? 6 years ago, whenever it was. We talked. Let me actually, if you've never seen that let me see. I'll post sound chat right here. And this is a re-upload. He actually re-uploaded it a few times. He originally had it up there, then he went private on it, and then he released like a teaser of first 15 minutes because he was going to do a different thing where he actually charged for it. And so he released a 15-minute thing as a teaser, but then he took it down and then he re-uploaded it. So I don't remember the original time that I had this interview with him, but I think it was like 6 years ago or something. I had a full beard. I had a beard because he caught me during Movember, when you grow out a beard in order to support prostate awareness. And so I did that, and it wasn't nearly as impressive as yours is, David. So he's going to say, a full beard. Ha, 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 ha. I have nose hairs longer than that. I mean, and that's I'm sure the way that he's going to look at that, because it was a full beard for me. And I tell you, it drove me nuts. I do not like having beards, but that would be kind of funny to actually, to call Matt and bring him in for a sound chat. Okay, so Ryan, here's your answer. There's a huge quandary of an issue. iZotope has EQ match, and we usually use the boom that we're trying to match to. Proximity effect has a huge point to match to. Lavs usually sound beefier than the boom, so we roll off the low end. That seemed to help it match. The biggest way to make them match is really to get the early reflections to match between the two microphones. If you have one actor on a boom and one on a lav, and you're cutting between them, lavs are much deader than a boom, and you have to match them with those early reflections. But usually a sound supervisor or dialogue editor has to choose the mic with this in mind, and there's an issue that we already know of. And if there's an issue that we already know of, what are we doing to handle? If an actor is okay on the boom, or another actor is covered by the lav most of the time. And we choose the lav and not the boom on the character so it matches. Consistency is the key, creating the illusion that the scene is happening in real time in front of the audience. So yeah, there you go. Post expert, like I said, he's right here. He gave a solid answer. Because what I would do is I'd roll off certain low frequencies. I might, if you're lacking some of the bass that would happen in the boom, I would EQ that up a little bit, and then depending on how it sounds, if it sounds muffled in the highs, I may boost that up, and then there's of course an ambience match, and that's something that an EQ match is something that RX would do as well. So, as a senior to everything else, so we will all go with all lav mics and ditch the boom if it means it matches. Yikes. There goes my work. My poor work. All right. Especially as it does variety, so much one type place another, or even worse, country versus country. For instance, charge what our local guild recommends, but would be a world apart from the going rates in the United States. Yeah. Thanks, Ryan. As a single shooter early in career, I am trying to prioritize my purchases. However, iZotope seems like a worthy purchase. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It is an absolutely beautiful, beautiful program. It is a work of art. iZotope is solid. It's won awards nonstop every single year, and the stuff you can do with it is unreal. You can literally use like a Photoshop type paint out an airplane. You can paint out frequencies. I mean, I know there's other programs that could do that. Spectral Analyzer does that. Even Audio Director does by Cyberlink. But I'll tell you, it's amazing when you can actually, when you can do an interview that starts in the day and the insects start coming out later on, the birds start changing, and the entire ambience shifts. And you can go in and change the ambience in the background from the beginning of your interview to match the end of the interview or vice versa. You can do all kinds of things like that. That's just like, how in the world did you do that? It's amazing. iZotope does some amazing stuff. But, oh, here you go. iZotope is great, but never just batch process for the sake of batch processing. Mouth declicks is nice, but it takes off almost imperceptible transients on P's, T's, K's, etc. Yeah. And it's really funny because it also has a really cool feature where it will give you an opportunity to, when it removes a mouth click, you can click the button to hear what it does remove. So instead of me talking like this, if you click the button, you just want to hear what it removes, you would see me talking, but all you would hear is, it sounds really ridiculous, but it's awesome how they do. I want declick when I always use a special view in IntelliJ. Yeah. It's so cool. There's so many cool things you can do with it. Ryan, have you heard if they're going to be coming out with another RX, like an RX-8? I don't know. I don't know if they're planning on doing that or not. I'm still looking at that ZipFizz, man. 2:41 a.m. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. And here I am looking at the ZipFizz now when I know damn well that as soon as this stream is over, I'm going to lay down in bed and be like wide awake. They sure will. It seems to be a yearly occurrence. Yeah, but do you know when this year? Do you know when it would be? Because that's what I'm interested in. Yeah, Blackmagic's program DaVinci is quite impressive, but it's a free program. If you want to buy the upgraded version of DaVinci, you can. Personally, I'm not a fan of DaVinci. It doesn't seem to work great on my system, and I don't like some of the factors of it. It's confusing in many ways. But then I'm an old Vegas guy. I was doing nonlinear editing with Vegas in 20 years ago. Yeah, I was doing SoundForge in the 90s. And I started doing nonlinear editing in the late 90s. So, yeah. So I might be older than some people on my channel making comments. Maybe even somebody that's out there right now. Alrighty, let's see here. I'm sure they will. Yearly occurrence. Yeah, iZotope is channel. No, but I can find out. My sound supervisor does videos for them all the time. Look up David Barber, and he has some amazing tutorial videos on how to remove noise from dialogue. Hey, Ryan, would you do me a favor and shoot me an email about that or send it to me through Facebook? Because I would certainly love to see that, but it's nothing that I will remember, sadly. It's something that I will probably remember like 3 months from now. I'm like, oh, what was the thing Ryan mentioned? And that would totally suck to miss out on that. But I would love to see it. I've thought about go ahead and investing in like an RX. But what sucks about me is I'll look at it and I'll say, I'm going to invest in RX 8 Advance or RX 7 Advance. And then I say, how long's it been out? They're probably getting ready to do another one. And I know it's a yearly thing, but it's like, I should go ahead and just absolutely advance. I should go ahead and just buy it. Because I don't think they would give me I could always ask, but I don't think they would give me a license unless I did a full video tutorial, and I do not have the experience to do it. I could do a blind man sits down in front of a computer and tries to learn it, but it would be better for me to call Greg Crawford and say, hey, Greg, could you do me a favor and come over and do a tutorial do a full, masterclass. You want to talk about a masterclass? Let's get Greg in there for that. Or Ryan, if you wanted to, I could easily do a video with you. I have, if you go to soundspeeds.us and look on contribute on the right-hand side, I'm looking for independent content producers that want to create videos. The reason why is because during COVID-19, people who wanted to go back to work had nothing in the world to do and they wanted to shoot something. So a lot of people were creating videos, uploading them to YouTube, and after an entire week, they were saying, why do I only have 6 views? It's so depressing. And the reason why is because everyone in the world was doing exactly that. But there were people producing some really good content, and then they were like not being watched because everyone was doing the same thing. It takes a long time to build up an audience. I've been doing this for over 3 years now, and I only have 7,000 subscribers. And I have, how many views do I have? I don't have a whole lot. I mean, in comparison to many other channels, like if I go to my channel right now and we're just looking at views alone, where is it? Your channel. There it is. About. I got 659,257 views. In the grand scheme of things, that's not a lot. I got 7.28 thousand subscribers. And that's a very small channel, all things considered. And so I don't have, it's just, that's not going to work. So, I mean, if somebody wanted to, like you, Ryan, wanted to put together let me do a quick video to explain the power of iZotope RX Advanced, and you wanted to just say, and just do a rapid fire, you have clicks in your voice, declick, and just show that, and then say, hey, you like the idea of here I am recording outside, and now here I am in a bathroom. Let's see if I can change the background sounds and have the outside sound like a bathroom and have the inside. Will it be drastic? You want to push it to its limits? You could produce a crazy video of, we're going to push RX Advanced to its limits, because that's the kind of thing I would do if I had that ability. I just don't have that ability, but that would be awesome if you did. So the great thing about iZotope is when they release a new version, 7 to 8, they'll always find a way to upgrade it. They always find a way to exist. So declick actually sounds better, algorithms and stuff. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. They're masters over there. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I cut dialogue on this film with David Barber mixing it, and we were able to eliminate other actors' voice from each mic so we could separate them and out and pan them. Yeah, that what is that called? Vocal isolation, voice isolation, something like that. I remember seeing Doug Mountain showed me how to do that, and he did a tutorial about, and he was just like eye-opening the stuff he was able to do with it. He's good, as you know, and I mean he took 2 microphones, and you basically say remove this voice from this microphone and vice versa, and it's vocal isolation, and you can do some really amazing stuff. So. And that's what he was doing. We were like, how in the world did it do that? But it's a software that it can able to analyze this one and say, remove this from this one. Talking about some wizardry. It's amazing. A sound designer and mixers and directors want to pan the actors' voices where they were relative to the screen. So we had to remove actor A from B instead if you wanted a bigger channel. Should have reviewed cameras if you wanted a bigger channel. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I picked them. What in the world am I doing? I'm like looking at 2 different lines. You have so few views because you picked the most niche or the most niche or the most niche topics to cover. 99.999% of the world finds it boring. You're right. Should have reviewed cameras and said if you want a bigger channel. Yeah, I know that. I don't even cover consumer audio a whole lot. That's the reason why I'm so impressed by what Bandrew's been able to create doing consumer audio stuff. Julian Krause covers, he brings a very professional type angle to consumer audio products, and that's why his channel's grown very big. Curtis Judd teaches like a boss, and he does all kinds of education stuff, and he tests all kinds of things, and so those guys are amazing. So yeah, but you're right. I've known from the very beginning my channel is never going to be one of the big ones. The goal I have in my mind is 10K. If I can hit 10,000, To me, I can then unlock the little thing that says join, and I could have people that if they wanted to click join and they wanted to be a supporter of me on the channel as a monthly member or something like that, they could. I don't expect anyone to ever do it, but I still think it'd be cool to see that. And the other thing is that my Teespring store would show up underneath. Would show up underneath my videos, and that would be cool too. I don't care about anything else. I know I'll never get a silver play button on this channel. I know, if they have a wooden play button when you hit 10,000 or something like that, I might get the wooden one. But we're talking about at least a year or two down the line. I always laugh at Social Blade's estimations of your views because it said based on November, it predicted that like back in May, I would hit 7.5K. I haven't even hit that now. And then it has, my subs prediction was at the time last August, 10,000 subscribers by August 24th. I actually noted it in my phone saying that's the sub prediction based on back in November. I'll be lucky if by August 24th, I've hit 7.5K. I'm behind. But, I look at that and I just kind of jokingly laugh and say, Social Blade obviously does not understand niche sound channels, but that's hilarious to me. So, all right. So, yeah, de-bleeding stuff. We use it every day. But we used everything we could because it was basically a decision that made after the film had been shot. It was really tough. Yeah. Just watched a video on 44.1 versus 48K. Super helpful. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate you coming in tonight. And saying that. And I'm just amazed that I've reached almost 1,000 subs. You don't have 1,000 subs? Dude, I thought you had. Oh, you have such a fun channel. I love your channel. And you, like me, have a very niche market, very niche channel. I love your videos. They always make me smile. And they're always full of information too. I don't know why your channel doesn't have more. A lot of people like to have people with something other than a regular American voice. If you have an exotic and type voice, people are like, ooh, I want to watch him. And that's the reason why I'm like, I have this high-pitched voice that, as I said in the live stream with Curtis Judd, and when he interviewed me and Mike Delgadio and Banju Scott, I said, look, my voice is so high that it disrupts the flight patterns of bats with their sonar because my voice is high-pitched. And it's not pleasant to listen to for a lot of people. My wife certainly doesn't like to hear me talk. I'm just amazed at okay, so there you go. But it's yeah, you have a great channel. And and that's actually your channel should I know we talked about this in something a couple months ago, but if you guys want to see SoundSpeed's channel, then go to my SoundSpeed's channel, and then on the right-hand side where it says SoundSpeed's recommends, you have SoundSpeed's podcast, and then it has SoundSpeed underneath it. Go check him out. His channel right there. He does a lot of fun stuff. I guess you're not uploading as regular. You uploaded one 55 minutes ago, unboxing a video, which I'll watch later. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 1 month, 3 months, and then 6 months. So it might just be that the consistent uploads and YouTube stopped helping you. Because if you don't upload consistently, YouTube doesn't help you as much. That may have been what it was. So, yeah, I like your channel. It's got a lot of fun stuff. And that makes me smile looking at what is it? The Lycazic SR2050 IEM body pack transmitters, and it has a picture of you on the thumbnail of you drinking tea or something, tea or coffee. That's hilarious. I love it. I've said before, my favorite video that he has is one where he is talking so passionately about sound, the Orca OR30 mixer bag. He is talking about all the different idiosyncrasies of it, and his girlfriend is sitting right next to him, who, when she needs to be involved, she is, and when she's not, she's sitting there like this right next to him playing on her phone, just completely just tuning him out. And I love every bit of that. It always makes me laugh just how she just is like, I'll be there for you, but otherwise, It's just hilarious to me. I love that video. I might watch it again when we're done here because it's so much fun. Okay. I have very forward production quality values and surely reduces the amount of number of subs. I mean, maybe, but your personality, man, your personality is so awesome. You have a lot of energy. You go around. You're behind the scenes on shows. It says a lot. It says a lot when you could go out there and really just check out, sets that you're on and say, this is what I did to quiet this set down, and that's a lot of fun too. And then Ryan says, my channel has 49 subs. I try to help with Audio Wedding World, but I'm not good at promoting myself. Yeah. Well, that's also a huge market right now. And Ryan, I am serious that if you'd like to do one where you talk about, you want to see what RX can do, by all means. I would love it if you wanted to have a screen capture, do some sound, show what RX can do and how you can actually take this audio and shift it around and do this and this and this. And you wanted to give a crash course on it real quickly, that would be amazing. So, Ed Soundspeed, you just got another one. Great. He deserves it. He really does. I love his channel, and he does a lot of fun videos. Yeah, I had a billing gap during the lockdown for a few weeks, months. I don't know, slipped into a little depression slump and didn't bother with uploads. I hear you, dude. I mean, I've there's a lot of depression that happens when you're a sound person that loves being on set and you're removed from that. I mean, I'm feeling it. I stay happy and excited when I talk about sound. That's one of the reasons why I've done a lot of live streams the past month, because otherwise I just sit there and in the evenings I sit there and stare at the screen and just watch another video. I've gotten into a habit of watching old videos from the 90s and stuff, wrestling matches and stuff. I was like, oh, let's watch WrestleMania 5, Hulk Hogan versus Macho Man Randy Savage. Let's watch The Ultimate Warrior against Dino Bravo. Now let's watch The Ultimate Warrior against Ravishing Rick Rude. Now let's watch The Ultimate Warrior against Hercules. Oh yeah, I remember the chain match. Oh, now let's watch him against Hulk Hogan. Now let's watch him against Andre. Let's watch, I haven't watched wrestling in 2 decades except on YouTube. And it's a lot of depression, man. To me, I'm not used to not working. I'm used to working hard and killing it at work and just really just going hard, working hard, even if I have a week off. When I had a week off on Stranger Things, when they needed to give us a week off for us to for them to rewrite some stuff in season 2, when they did that and they gave us a week off, I went and worked on not night shift. What is that? Game night. I did a week on Game Night. If you saw the movie Game Night, there's the whole sequence with the egg and the big chase number they do through the house. I did that. I did all the car work, I believe. We did that. I did, the whole fight, fight sequences and stuff like that. I did a whole week on that movie. And it was mainly inside of the house where the egg sequence happens. And then when they were out of the house, I don't think I did anything more on that. So, Dan live on YouTube. Oh, thank you so much. $4.20. Okay, just notice you're live gonna go pass out. Good night. Thank you so much for that, Dan. I really appreciate it. It's really appreciated, man. I can't say thank you enough. Sounds awesome. You need to do a video. So Ryan, I'm very serious about that. If you want to reach out to me and you are legitimately interested, you don't have to do. You could do a video intro. Say, if you want. I mean, and I could talk to you about it because there's a lot of interest, I think, in what that video would be, and if you can indeed, show what it can do, people would, I'm sure, love to see it. And so if you want that, if you want to, and you don't mind being on camera or something like that, shoot me a message and let's talk. Because I'm certainly up for a video on RX. I mean, or your other favorite plugins if you want to mention them. By all means, you need to do a video with your wife and yours. Let's see her use the phone too during a 3-hour-long live stream. No. My wife is the person that if I take a picture of her, she is not happy. she has to have photo approval. She does not like me taking pictures, and doesn't like being on camera. She's never liked being on camera. And so I jokingly will say, you know, I'll tell her to send me pictures all the time, but she always says the same thing: don't show it to anybody. And I'll say, well, if there's a friend or something like that, I might share it with a few select people. But then she'll say, I'm not going to send you another one then. And then and then she'll say, this is one you could show people. So she's very selective. She has photo approval, and I respect her. That's why you've seen my daughters in videos, but you've never seen my wife. All right. I'm always late to your live. You know, Dan, I'm late to my own. I go long. It's 3 a.m. now. I need to end this thing. Banju actually laughed at me earlier because I said, yeah, I might live stream for an hour, and then I did 4 hours and 20 minutes because that's what we did earlier. And that's what I thought that was a reference to, because there's a 4 hour and 20 minute live stream on. And then I'm about to hit 4 hours and 20 minutes again, which I should end it at the exact same. What was the duration of the last video? I need to look at that up, and I need to just end at the exact same amount. That'd be really funny to have 2 live streams in the same amount, or have it be 1 second longer. What is it? I'm going to look at that real quick, and we'll make sure that we time the stream. 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds. So this video will be 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 48 seconds. I'll hit the button at exactly that. How's that? That will be fun. So just because we can, we'll do that. We're almost there. So about 5 more minutes or something. And that would be hilarious. Banju was laughing at me earlier when I said I was going to do another live stream. He was like, dude, you're crazy. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Where do I need to go? Okay. So 4:21:47. 4:21:47. 4:21:47. That's what I need to remember. Okay. All right, let's get through these last few questions and last things. The slump is real. I'm a musician. I was hit pretty hard during uploads for the first 2 months or so, and dropped off a lot since then. Yeah, man. I part of me just wants to just go over there and wander around the room and just stare at walls and whatever. I've some of the videos I've done that have been the most impressive ones have been those that have really pushed me hard. Thank you very much, Ryan, for doing that. They'll help me out. 4:21:47. Because it's just it's so hard to get motivated sometimes, man. Especially with this, because they say stay home and then don't stay home, and then you're like, you know, and wear a mask if you go out, and you know your kids are now home for school, but you have to be very careful, and you know, just really hurts you. So yeah, I'm happy that there's light on the end of at the end of the tunnel, and that there's a good chance that by October I could be working. I'm holding on to that thought. This will be the worst year, the worst income I've had well over a decade. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. Go from a really good income, really good, you know, everything, to industry completely shut down and unable to do anything about it. I mean, I could go to work for McDonald's, I guess. If you looked at my Twitter, they've sent me, when I've gone by the 2 times I've ever gotten sausage biscuits in the past like month, they have sent me job applications. And it's funny because it's like a third of a piece of paper, like a regular piece of paper like that. It says job application. It has no previous work experience. It basically is like, give me your name, give me your phone number, and that kind of thing. It's like, wow. It reminds me of the scene from American Beauty where he just, you know, exploits his boss for you know, money, and he goes and he stops by at Mr. Smiley's for a burger, and he says, hey, you know, I want to get hired, and they say, oh, it's not a job for manager, it's just for counter. He says, good, because I want the least amount of responsibility possible. And he goes in for the interview, and they look at him and they say, I don't think you'd fit in here. He says, I have fast food experience. And they say, yeah, like 2 decades ago. He says, well, I'm sure that there's amazing technological innovations in your industry, but it seems unfair to believe that I'm unable to learn. And the guy kind of looks at him like, you know, I don't even know what you just said, but next thing you know, he's like standing there at a fryer making sarcastic comments. That movie is so awesome. I need to watch American Beauty again. It's a lot of fun. Okay, let's see. The slump is real. Okay, I will do better next time. Ha, Stranger Things rock. Thank you very much. I only did season 2. Getting 24 photo approvals every second sounds like a painful process. Yeah, it would be. Sounds speed. Well over a decade, and so I bet you're not accounting for inflation either. No, I'm not. My supervisory role that I had at my previous company, which was back in the previous, like, in the aughts, my income this year will be worse than it was when I was that first year as a supervisor, which was it'll be like really bad. How am I doing on this live stream? We're getting about a minute and a half or 2 minutes or so. Well over a decade. But okay, just order the SL2 audio interface on Banjo's recommendation. The guys at the music store said it won't drive an SM7B without a cloud lifter. We'll see. Wait a second now. How? No. It will. It will. That is nonsense. You got an SSL2, it's gonna power it. It's got plenty of gain. It's quiet. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. You won't need a cloud lifter. If you watch my recent video on what is it? Got clean preamps, need an inline amp. Watch that video because the SSL2 has extremely quiet preamps. Here's a video for you to watch. And oops, where is it? Here's a video for you to watch right as soon as we're in the stream in about a minute. That video right there, I talk all about how preamps change when you use a cloud lifter. All of a sudden, the very clean preamps of the SSL2 are not going to be what's amplifying your thing anymore. It's going to all of a sudden it's going to be a preamp from a cloud lifter, a Fedhead, a Dynamite, something like that. So don't just do it because you want to. I would say you have enough gain. I think it's going to be cleaned up. Before you, I just want to say thank you. Your channel, I love these dreams. So much fun. Thank you so much, Alan. Good night. Music store selling extra gear. Yeah, don't fall for that. I don't think so. All right, so 21:47. We're about to end this thing. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in the stream. I have about 20 seconds left before we're going to pull the plug on this, and we will see what happens. 48 seconds. 49, let me see. Not yet. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. Thank you so much, y'all. You take care.